Embark on a captivating journey into the depths of the human mind with Henry Hamblin's dynamic thought. In a realm where the mysteries of the universe intertwine with the whispers of the soul, this text beckons you to uncover the transformative power within every thought. Picture an hourglass where time flows and the lines between reality and imagination fade. From the shadows of doubt to the heights of enlightened consciousness, this journey leads you down uncharted paths and into valleys of introspection. Guided by the soothing voice of the narrator, you'll embark on an odyssey to the very core of existence. Here, you'll discover that every thought is a seed, and in the garden of your mind, you hold the power to cultivate a future rich in abundance, love, and fulfillment. Get ready to challenge your beliefs, push your limits, and unlock the boundless potential within you. Dynamic Thought is not just a book. It's a gateway to a new way of being, where magic and wonder await on every page. Are you prepared to tap into the true power of dynamic thought? The journey begins now. Introduction. Don't worry if you can't follow this course to the letter. Do what you can with it, adapt it to your life, and act as best as you can within the present circumstances surrounding you. The most important thing is to enter what is called silence twice a day, to calm the senses and make contact with the invisible, that is, God, the divine spirit, the infinite, the principle of good, the first cause, the absolute. The name matters little, they all mean the same thing. Another vital aspect is to use affirmations and denials, which will be explained later. Meditation is also important because gradually you become what you meditate on. Visualization is another. Always visualize the good, the beautiful, and the true, and thus your life will reflect these things. Furthermore, the practice of visualization greatly increases the power of concentration. Similarly, while you follow this course and for some time afterward, avoid any dangerous speculation. Do not embark on ventures without sufficient capital and then expect everything to go well. Be patient until the way becomes clear. Guidance and help will come with time, so do not try to force things. Remember that as soon as you begin to think correctly, you begin to build your life, although it takes time to manifest. At first, things may seem worse. If this is the case, keep going, and soon everything will fall into place. You cannot fail in the long run if you persist, if you persevere. Chapter 1. I want you to realize that within you there is power and infinite possibilities, that this inner power can be awakened and directed toward expression by maintaining high ideals in your mind and through affirmations and meditation. It is necessary to spend a brief moment in the invisible, both in the evening and in the morning, and by doing so, you can enter a superconscious realm where your word is creative, where what you say comes to pass, where what you mentally picture becomes reality. Only high ideals lead to true success. Therefore, imagine a higher life, the highest you can conceive, and say that it is yours. Remember that this higher life has no sickness or pain. Move forward with joy and you can never fail. The objectives of this course are, first, to alter your mental attitude. Second, to direct your thoughts into channels that lead to success, fulfillment, health, happiness, and perfect good. Third, to awaken the inner power. Fourth, to break away from bad habits and build your character. And fifth, to discover and develop the creative faculty. How to achieve this will be explained in due time, but first, I want you to think carefully about what lies ahead. This is not an easy path you have chosen. No path leading to the summit is easy. The road to victory is always rough and thorny, but when the thorns hurt our feet, we can console ourselves by thinking that we are truly advancing somewhere, and we know definitively that this place is success, fulfillment, happiness, and satisfaction. There will be difficulties, disappointments, failures, and setbacks, but the one who fixes their gaze on the light and advances firmly must succeed, accomplish, and triumph beyond all expectations. If you merely listen to this and continue your life as usual, you will gain no benefit. This course is useless if you do not put it into practice. Listening to it will serve you little or nothing. It is the practice that will change your character and your life. So stop now and think very carefully about the path ahead of you. Evaluate your difficulties. Do not take them lightly. Prepare yourself for hardship. Decide here and now to overcome, even if you have failed in the past. But this time you must overcome every difficulty and every weakness to achieve self-mastery, victory over your circumstances, and total control of your life. This time there must be, and there will be, no failure. This time you will succeed through the power that is within you. Now close your eyes and imagine yourself radiant, strong, successful, happy, filled with joy and enthusiasm for life. Imagine yourself running on a path that always leads upward and to the summit. Behind you the air is hazy and dark, but ahead there is a light and beauty that grows more and more. See yourself progressing, rising, winning. See yourself crushing old habits and weaknesses underfoot. See yourself encountering difficulties on your path, and observe how, supported by a mighty inner power, you clear all difficulties without hesitation in your ascent. Concentrate all your strength on this mental image. Be persistent until you can see yourself radiant, extraordinary, without any weakness or error, the perfect image of your perfect being. See yourself full of vitality and health, crowned with success, attracting people and wealth to you. Create a concrete and well-defined image in your mind of what you wish to be. See yourself as the master of circumstances, obtaining all good things through the power of your mental forces. Everything you create in this way in your mental world will then manifest in your outer life. In other words, through mental images, you create your future self. Gradually, you will grow and resemble the image you are now creating. Therefore, make it a correct image. Let your ambition be great. Do not imagine yourself as a simple man satisfied with vulgar pleasures. Instead, create a perfect image, the most perfect you can imagine. Similarly, when you project your mind forward and foresee the task ahead, and you want all difficulties to be overcome, no matter if you tire of doing well, do not give up and continue to persevere, awakening a new interest in the task of self-culture and achievement. Then you are already winning the battle in advance, making your final success twice as sure. I want you to realize that this journey, which is yours, is not a simple walk. I want you to understand that it is a constant struggle, but a winning struggle. For even though the difficulties are real, you have within you the powers that make problems and obstacles disappear. The power within you is great and omnipotent. Nothing can prevent your ascent. No one can prevent your success except yourself. The only thing that can stop your progress is your doubts and fears. Everything is possible if you believe it is possible. Unlimited confidence is the key to success. You cannot fail. You are success itself. Another word for unlimited confidence is faith. Every successful man is a man of confidence. Have total confidence in your own power to succeed. This does not mean being vain or overconfident, but it is the conscious, unconscious, or subconscious realization of inner power. This is why so few men truly succeed. Few of them awaken the powers they have within them, or possess the mental strength to bring these powers to life and put them into action. Every successful man is a man of faith. Every successful man is a man who cultivates hope. A successful man is always hopeful, never pessimistic, and he achieves what he hopes for through the strength of his faith. Therefore, I want you to cultivate above all hope and faith, for without these qualities, no one, no matter how gifted or intelligent, can succeed. The fact that you possess these two qualities is demonstrated by the fact that you are listening to this course. You have had the hope of finding your way to a life of success and power, and you have had the faith to believe that within you lie the powers and forces that make it possible. A man without hope is as if he were dead. Without faith, he is like a ship without a rudder, drifting at the mercy of every wind and current. Conversely, everything is possible for the man who has these two qualities. If you carefully observe the lives of all the men who have accomplished great things, you will realize that they have all been motivated by hope and relied on faith. They hoped to succeed and believed they could achieve it. In their darkest hours, they were patient, confident that the time of the realization of their ambitions would soon come. Nothing has been accomplished by man on this planet without the inspiration of hope and the tenacity of faith. Hope moves forward and claims success. Faith remains calm until it is achieved. Therefore, try to develop these qualities to the fullest. It is generally acknowledged that when a person looks around and decides to strive for success, to overcome their faults, or to elevate themselves in any way, whether mentally, morally, physically, or spiritually, it seems that things want to thwart their new intention and extinguish their new desires. As long as they continue with their old habits, drifting helplessly at the mercy of fate and prey to external circumstances, nothing unusual happens. But when they begin to move in an upward direction, it is as if a whole series of psychic powers are released, whose main objective seems to be to prevent the student from progressing in their new life. When a person recognizes their own inner powers and understands the immensity and wonder of their subliminal forces, they can become a king among men rather than a slave. Then, such a disturbance occurs that, unless they possess hope and faith, they will be tempted to abandon the new life and sink back into the old lazy and drifting existence, which leads only to disappointment and despair. People known as Christian scientists, mental scientists, or spiritual scientists, regardless of their name, since they all deal with the powers of the mind, have the same experience. Even health is curiously affected. Friends become moody and irritable. Small things go wrong in business, and generally, one does not feel normal and everything seems to get worse. When you go through this moment, it is the right time to use hope and faith. First, remember that situations are temporary. After a few days, in some cases, it may take weeks. Health will improve, friends will change their attitude, and harmony will reign again in your life. When the entities causing the disturbance realize that you intend to continue and that you cannot be intimidated into returning to your old life, they will quickly leave you. In any case, there is nothing to fear because these entities are powerless and do not frighten you. In other words, you can move forward if you have hope and faith. Have hope that better times will come, even if the present is discouraging. Have faith in the certainty that all discomforts will soon disappear, even if they are very unpleasant. Continue to hope, keep the faith, persevere, and continue in this way, for it is only in this way that you will conquer. Do not be discouraged by apparent failure. Nothing is gained without effort. What can be obtained without effort is not really worthwhile. Encourage yourself with the fact that these problems in your life show that significant changes are happening within you, that the enormous powers of your exceptional mind are beginning to awaken, and that the entities of your old beliefs and bad habits are leaving. Have confidence that you can conquer and overcome. In this way, you will conquer and overcome. What you believe you can do, you will be able to do, because all the power is within you. There is nothing in the entire world that can stop you except your doubts and fears. I want you to trust me and do something whose basic principle cannot be explained in this first lesson. I want you to do what is called an affirmation. I want you to affirm the following. The old idea is dead and buried. I have gotten rid of it once and for all. From now on, I live the new life of success and power, self-discipline, and true achievements. First, memorize these words. Repeat them over and over until they are deeply ingrained in your memory and their meaning finds a place in your consciousness. If you can find a few moments for yourself during the day, practice these affirmations. The correct way to do this is to go to a quiet place. It does not matter if you are sitting, standing, or lying down. Once there, close your eyes and repeat the words with great seriousness. Strive to understand everything they mean and direct the words to your inner mind. You are influencing your hidden mind, so direct the affirmation with all possible gravity. Do this for several minutes and to finish, say it out loud. Send it out as a message to the universe, and in doing so, you will come into harmony with countless invisible forces that will help and strengthen you. Do not make affirmations when you are in a state of tension or nervousness. Calm yourself, breathe deeply, and as you exhale, let your muscles relax. Soothe your nerves until your whole body is in a state of calm and peace. Focus your thoughts on what you are doing. If they wander, bring them back and start again. The more you concentrate, the better the result. The most important time, in fact the most important of all, to do the affirmation is just before sleep. There is a significant psychological reason for this. If you can fall asleep while doing the affirmation or visualizing it, it will be even better. Therefore, do not consume any food or stimulants. it is best to completely avoid these before bed. The reason cannot be explained here because it is too lengthy, but it is important to heed this warning. The other recommended time is in the morning, right after waking up. These two times should be seized and not missed under any circumstances, but of the two, the one just before sleep is definitely the most important. The impact of these two affirmations will be felt during the day. They will affect your mental outlook and the way you approach the problems of your daily work. However, this influence can be intensified and reinforced, so to speak, by retreating at intervals during the day and mentally repeating the affirmation. This will give you a sense of power, confidence, and hope like you have never experienced before. It is not imagination, but rather your inner powers, hitherto unpredictable, that are beginning to activate. When you have finished making the affirmation, close your eyes again and create a mental image of yourself in the way I have taught you. Strive to see yourself as a radiant being, leaving behind the old life with its problems and imperfections. Imagine yourself moving toward higher and better things, encountering difficulties, of course, but overcoming them all, trampling old habits, weaknesses, and mistakes underfoot. Try to realize that you have the power to rise above the ordinary things of life, that you can breathe a pure and uncommon air. Imagine yourself as a new being, happier, healthier, and brighter than ever, even in your most significant moments. And this will not be easy. It requires concentration and perseverance. You will find it difficult to see yourself as you wish to see yourself, or you will not see yourself clearly. It will also be difficult to keep your mind focused on creating the image. There is only one thing to do, which is to keep trying. Therefore, in this first lesson, you are facing a real battle. For the majority of students, this visualization is very complicated, but even if this is the case, it must be overcome. If you cannot master this difficulty, you will fail in this course of lessons. If you do not overcome it now, you will not have success in the most important things in your life. The best way to control a difficulty is to become interested in it. When one develops interest, enthusiasm awakens. After that, concentration becomes something simple, and you are on the path to success. Therefore, become interested in this problem of visualization. Remember that all men who have achieved great things have had this power very developed. Therefore, if you wish to be great and successful, you must first develop this same skill. There has never been a great act or accomplishment in the history of the world that was not first visualized in this way. In the first place, everything is created in the invisible, before it manifests in the visible. When, after much practice, you can visualize clearly, you will have developed creative power, not figuratively, but literally. Everything you create in your mental world through visualization will eventually manifest in the external world. The external world of matter is subordinate to the inner world of the mind. This is a truly occult era that has been hidden from people and has until recently been the jealously guarded secret of certain secret orders. Now at this moment, it is being handed over to you, and you are asked by honor not to reveal it to others. When you have reached a certain stage of your development, knowledge will come in various ways, and in the meantime it is more harmful to try to teach occult knowledge to those who are not interested or prepared to receive it. I hope I have said enough to awaken your interest and enthusiasm for visualization. As soon as you can visualize more clearly, the results in your daily life will be more evident. This creative power can be developed to the point where a sick man can heal himself, a poor person can change their circumstances and achieve prosperity, and a miserable and defeated pessimist can transform into a joyful optimist. Through visualization, negations, and affirmations that will be explained later, as well as meditation and the exercise of hope and faith, life, character, and circumstances can be transformed. The results are so extraordinary that it is very difficult to make people believe in them, but this does not make them any less real. Therefore, practice your affirmations and be persistent in your visualization, for they will lead you to results of which you can currently have only a vague and faint idea. To achieve the best results from this course, it is necessary to designate a specific time each day for meditation and concentration. The reason man is so weak and unhappy is that he is constantly in the objective life, on the surface of material existence of the senses, and thus neglects the deeper, grander, and transcendent life of the inner spirit. It is the inner life that alone confers power, peace, and satisfaction. The outer material life of the infinite mind in the senses brings only worries and desolation. The inner life of the deeper spirit brings strength, wisdom, understanding, and the ability to realize and achieve what you desire. It is a proven scientific fact that you become what you meditate on all the time. If you meditate on evil, evil will enter your life. If you meditate on revenge, your life will become a hell of problems. On the other hand, if you meditate on happiness and other high mental states, then happiness will be yours, and if you let your thoughts rest on peace, then you will have mental peace. All these states and many others are within you and can be invoked through meditation. You can invoke good or evil, success or failure, strength or weakness, happiness or unhappiness. Remember that everything is in your hands. Meditation should be practiced daily, preferably twice a day between 6 and 9 a.m. and between 9 and 11:30 p.m. Other times are also suitable, but those indicated will be particularly valuable for students, as at these hours their teacher meditates on the same thoughts, and the vibrations of his mind will be helpful to all who are attuned to receive them. Try to devote half an hour to meditation before bed. Sit in a quiet place, relax your body, and concentrate on these words. In me there are infinite powers seeking expression. In the past, as I did not know of their existence, they have been stifled and repressed. Now I want them to be active and find perfect and full expression in my body in the form of excellent health, in my life in the form of success and achievements, in my heart in the form of a powerful surge of joy and happiness. Now that I have discovered this hidden and inexhaustible reserve of power and energy, my life has transformed. Weakness gives way to strength, sadness to happiness, discomfort to radiant joy, pessimism to divine optimism, despair to hope, failure to success, poverty to prosperity, illness to health. From now on, only the highest good can enter my life. Henceforth, by the power of my thought forces, I am allied and united with the infinite principle of good, and we are one. From now on, for me, there is and can be no evil, only infinite good. All evil is now expelled from my life because I am one with infinite good. No evil can approach my refuge. Nothing can harm or destroy. Henceforth, through scientific thought, I control my life because my life is the result or effect of my thoughts. When evil, weak, impure thoughts of defeat, fear, poverty, hatred, or illness assail me, I will reject them and have thoughts of love, strength, health, prosperity, success, and achievement, and of the infinite perfection with which I am now allied and of which I am a part. When you meditate on all this, choose each thought separately and concentrate only on it. Not only grasp its meaning, but try to imagine what it means. For example, the expression, "My life has transformed." When you think of these words, try to see how your life transforms, how your weaknesses leave you like an old garment, and how in their place strength, success, and noble qualities are born. Practice, concentrate, and feel the power of this meditation. With all this laid out, the metaphysical part of this week's lesson is concluded. Here are some valuable tips for the student beginning the study of scientific thought. First, everything operates according to law. Each of us gets what we deserve. Second, do not covet anyone's goods, possessions, or happiness. They deserve them. Leave them in peace. Realize that the universe has everything you can desire for yourself. Third, do not hate anyone. Hatred will come back to you and cause you much more harm. Ignore what you cannot love and focus your mind on pleasant things. Fourth, be sincere, honest, and faithful. All this encourages the creation of vibrations that will bring you blessings and happiness. You have entered into a life whose power and possibilities are unknown to you at this moment. If I described them now, you would not be able to understand them. But believe me, it is a life of power to achieve victory over all weaknesses. It is a life of prosperity and true success. It is an existence of transcendent joy. It is a life of peace and blessing for those around you. Look up, keep looking towards the heights, towards the summit. Keep affirming, keep visualizing, keep meditating, keep believing, keep hoping. What you hope for and believe in and affirm and visualize will be yours. Also remember that you become whatever you meditate on. The brain is a very delicate instrument. It is the vehicle through which the mind finds its expression. The mind cannot manifest its power if the brain is clouded by the vulgarity of the body. Anyone who wants to improve their mind and awaken incredible inner powers must abandon harmful physical habits. It is useless to try to eliminate bad mental habits if one is indulgent or complacent with the body. For example, it would be a waste of time to affirm all or some of the higher qualities of the mind and then go to bed intoxicated or full of unhealthy food like pork chops and fried onions. Your diet should be light. Always leave the table a little hungry rather than full, and never eat 3 hours before going to bed. For example, if you go to bed at 11 o'clock at night, do not eat after 8 o'clock. This is a very important point. Affirmations have more power if done on an empty stomach, which is why the last hour of the night and the first hour of the morning are the best times to do them. There are physical and psychological reasons for this. Wash your body every day and dry yourself with a thick towel. Do not wear too many clothes. Avoid tight collars. Walking is the best exercise for most people. While walking, keep your shoulders back, your back straight, and your body well balanced on your hips, and most importantly, keep your head high. Do not look down. Always look up. There is a reason for all this. As for the diet, eat the foods that make you feel the best, but if you can digest them, eat 1 or 2 raw items every day. Ripe fruits, salads, or vegetables. There is a reason for this. Chew each bite of food until it becomes liquid. Get into the habit of breathing deeply through your nose, keeping your mouth closed firmly, with windows open both day and night. Fresh air is inexpensive. Finally, always try to maintain a joyful state of mind. Appendix. It will be very helpful for you to think of your subconscious mind as another person, one who is listening all the time. It hears everything you say and acts on all the thoughts you let pass into the inner mind. Silence, he listens, should be the motto of your life. Do not let any thoughts of evil, impurity, weakness, poor health, failure, hatred, anger, or fear enter your subconscious mind, for it will receive them as orders to obey, and as it is all-powerful, the results will be great and terrible. Therefore, only allow thoughts of good, purity, strength, health, success, love, self-control, courage, and determination into this higher mind of immense intelligence and power. Do this and your subconscious mind will take these thoughts as orders and consequently shape your life and health accordingly. Thus, in general, your subconscious mind will develop your life in terms of health, success, nobility, and harmony. The visualizations taught in this course, along with the denials, which will be explained later, the affirmations, meditations, and other exercises, have a very strong, deep, and scientific purpose, which is the training of the subconscious mind. The affirmation and visualization taught in this lesson are given with the purpose of definitively influencing your subconscious mind. The main goal of this lesson is to produce an impact, an impression on the subconscious mind, and make it realize that the old life is dead and that you have now entered a new life of health, success, and power. Your subconscious mind will accept everything if you are persistent with visualization and affirmations, and thus you will be ready for the more advanced training that follows. Let the expression, "Silence, he listens," be the watchword of your life. Chapter 2. Contemplate the sky at night and feel the infinite majesty of the universe. Mentally connect with those patient stars that twinkle and shine like gems of perfect and pure form. Realize that they are small suns located millions of miles away. Then think about our small place in the universe, the solar system. Focus on the majestic magnetic sun, on the planets, all following paths guided by a wonderful system of universal laws. Observe the precision of the sunrise and sunset, the lunar periods, the rhythmic ebb and flow of the tides. Let your mind grasp all that this means, capturing from the greatest aspect of nature to the smallest atom, and thus you will see a power expressing itself in an infinite variety of forms. Everything, everywhere, there is absolutely nothing, not a grain, not an atom, not an electron, that does not contain this wonderful power. Man has been described as a microcosm of the universe. An atom observed very closely has been described as a replica of the solar system. Therefore, we have a universe within a universe, a solar system within a solar system, and everything is animated, controlled, and directed by the infinite universal mind. This is why the power that gives life to man is an infinite power. In man, the infinite mind is found in its highest expression on the visible plane. At one time, it was thought that man was an animal with a soul. Now, it is known that he is an indestructible ego with an immortal mind expressing itself in a temporary physical body. The cause of all man's weakness, mistakes, and failures lies in the fact that he has not realized his inner power. Instead, isolated and friendless, weak and defenseless, drifting without maps or compass on the sea of existence, he has believed himself to be a victim of circumstances, a plaything of fate, and a puppet of external forces. He has considered himself a worm instead of seeing himself as a king. He has believed he was useless or insignificant instead of recognizing his wonderful inner self full of powers and the greatness of his being. Man is a king and not a mere worm. All the powers of the infinite mind are his in potential. Instead of being the victim of circumstances, he can control them. He is not a puppet used by external forces, but has within him the power to be what he desires, to do what he wants, to achieve all he aspires to. Finally, the darkness is being pierced and man realizes that he is a mental creature and that he is spirit in addition to matter. In other words, he is one with the universal and infinite mind and knows that the difference between him and the infinite or universal mind is not substantial, but of degree. Like a traveler lost in the jungle, dying of thirst, who finally finds the way to an infinite water source and drinks again, knowing he can never exhaust this eternal source. Similarly, man, after wandering aimlessly for a long time, finally realizes that within him is an inexhaustible source of power and wisdom, and that his subconscious mind is linked to and part of the infinite mind of the universe. This is the greatest discovery in the history of the world. It is the revelation that emerges in all ages. It is the dazzling knowledge that eclipses all other knowledge. Within man resides the infinite and unfathomable mind of the universe. No matter how many times one calls upon the hidden forces, they will never cease to respond, for they are infinite and inexhaustible. Man finds himself alone and separate from all other creatures around him in this visible world. He has the power to govern his own actions, to choose good or evil, to shape his own destiny, and to create his own life and circumstances. For other creatures, life and the visible world are fixed quantities. For man, life and the world are reflections of internal mental states. Thus, he can make life what he wants. He can live in a world of his own creation. Only man is capable of realizing and recognizing the inner power of the infinite and consciously bringing it into objectivity. The internal forces of the mind are potentially unlimited, but they remain dormant and unexpressed until the individual recognizes and awakens them to put them into action. This is why most people are so preoccupied and distressed. They cannot make life worth living or achieve more than mediocre success with great difficulty. They try to accomplish something without having the power to do so. They are astonished by their own weakness, not realizing that within them are unlimited powers, patiently waiting to express themselves. Until man puts these powers into action, they can never do so. Within him is what is connected to the powerhouse of the universe, but he never feels its power. In him are infinite wisdom, knowledge, inspiration, creative power, and driving force. However, they are asleep, unaware of their existence. But for those who recognize their own inner powers, they find an inexhaustible treasure mine, a strength and energy that lead them to any achievement. As you, dear listener, become aware of the enormous power within you, you will possess all good and perfect things. You will cease struggling, fighting, and anxiously and selfishly snatching bread from others' mouths. You will stop struggling with an anxious heart and a tired face to surpass your neighbor. Instead, you will place your ambitions high and, supported and guided by invisible forces, You will come into possession of everything you desire. Work if you work, because right thinking and the discovery of the power within you are the result of right thinking. It is the inspiration for all appropriate action. You would work sufficiently. No one is happy unless they work. But the difference will be that your work will become the greatest joy of your life. There is no greater joy than that of work you love and perform well, which leads to fulfillment and victory. Work if you work, but not with anxious haste or with the fear of failure and poverty that constantly haunts you. Instead, you will work with confidence and a sure power that your efforts will definitely lead you to success. When you have discovered your inner power, you will feel how it pushes you from behind and propels you forward. You will feel it guiding you towards the goal of your efforts. Previously, you sought success and waited for it to come without doing anything about it. Now you realize that you are the master. You give the orders and success obeys. You will find that instead of running, as you used to, after glory and fortune that constantly elude you, you now have the power to attract all desirable things towards you. Instead of constant anxiety and joyless searching, you will possess a quiet confidence and the power to achieve whatever you desire. There will be no anxiety or worry for tomorrow, but the confidence of knowing exactly that the results will appear as planned. Today is the result of past thought. The future will be the result of what is built now. Therefore, today do certain things, and you know with mathematical certainty what the future results will be. Like John Burroughs, you can say the following: I am in a hurry, but I take my time, for what is the use of this hurried step? I am in the midst of eternal paths. What belongs to me I know, and I claim it as mine now, from all the riches of the universal storehouse. It will be mine in the future. It is yours today. Become its owner in the days to come. Now you will begin to understand why I ask you to use affirmations. In my next lessons, we will explain what affirmations are, their purpose, and how they work. Meanwhile, repeat the same affirmation you used last week, but with something added. From now on, you will say, the old life is dead and buried. I have discarded it once and for all. From now on, I live the new life of success and power, of self-mastery and all achievements. And I do so not with the strength of my weak will and the superficial mind of my ordinary consciousness, but with the infinite power of my innermost mind, which is part of and one with the infinite universal mind. Make these affirmations seriously. Reflect on what you're saying. Imbue yourself with the meaning of the words and try to feel your power. However, do not tense up in nervous strain. Relax first. Let your body with its muscles and nerves relax, then let your thoughts also calm down. Now, as indicated, affirm with calm and assurance, then visualize an image of yourself, radiant, calm, and possessing new power. Visualize yourself mastering all weaknesses and passions, directing yourself. Guide your life with perfect wisdom, shaping your path towards a glorious destiny. Practice and continue to practice the art of visualization. Remember that you are dealing with a more subtle matter than what the senses can discern, but it is no less real. In fact, it is much more real than anything else. The mere fact that you can observe with the vision of your mind what you have created through your mental processes is proof that it exists. If it did not exist, you would not be able to see it. Thus, when you create in your mental realm an image of yourself radiant, successful, disciplined, master of your life and destiny, then you are creating a new you that will materialize over time in your outer life. In other words, the new you, the radiant being of your mental image, will later manifest in your outer physical world. What is created in the invisible then manifests in the visible. It is an immutable law. Through mental images, you can create in the invisible. Be very careful with what you create, for good or bad will find its way into your life and be perceived by all men. Whenever you face a temptation or difficulty, or if you become overwhelmed by nerves in business, simply withdraw into yourself for a moment. Mentally make the affirmation and realize that you are a new creature. Then you will be aware of the inner power. In meditation, sit calmly, relax your nerves and muscles, and focus on your thoughts and the conception of an ideal world. Imagine a world of indescribable beauty, without pain, disease, or worry, without hatred, without lack of kindness or selfishness, without poverty, need, or any lack whatsoever. Imagine a place where love and goodwill reign supreme, where beauty, joy, happiness, abundance, and the existence of all good things are inexhaustible for all. Imagine a world where there are no limits, where you can know everything, possess all wisdom, and where you can be everywhere at the same time. In this world, the colors of the flowers and the sky are more beautiful and more transparent than anything you have ever seen before. The songs of the birds are more enchanting than anything you have ever heard. The inhabitants are all beautiful, wonderfully healthy and strong. They are all driven by goodwill and are indescribably happy. This is the perfect world of the spirit. Now, focus on this image. It is very likely that thoughts of worry will arise, thoughts about the rent, about the mistake made by one of your employees in your business, about the threat of competition, or about a slander or unkind accusation made against you. Whenever such a thought tries to enter your mind, reject it immediately and focus on your ideal world. This will not be easy. You must be very persistent. It is important that you master it, for in doing so, you are cultivating one of the most wonderful faculties of your mind. Therefore, continue to avoid this unwanted thought by denying it. For example, if the idea that you have been terribly wronged disturbs you and fills you with anger when you think about it, immediately say the following: "In this perfect world of the spirit, there is no injustice or lack of kindness. Everything is truth, honor, and goodwill." Elevate your thoughts above this imperfect material life and focus your mental gaze on your ideal world. Another thought may arise, making you believe that new competition in your business will ruin you. Deny it immediately by saying, "In this perfect world, there is no competition, there is no failure. I am a perfect mental creature with infinite powers, and I am above competition. I am success." Keep your mental vision on your ideal world all the time and continue to deny all your problems one by one, affirming the opposite. By denying your problems, you eliminate the thought of worry, and by affirming the opposite, you create a character and mental perspective that are superior to the problems and cannot fail. You do not merely kill the thought of evil, but you destroy the evil itself. This may seem fantastic to you, but it is absolutely true. Later, you will be able to verify the truth of all this beyond any doubt. In the appendix last week, it was seen in general terms that the subliminal mind could be positively influenced by allowing only thoughts of good, value, health, or success into the citadel of the mind. This is the basis of all happiness and harmony in life, but if you want to awaken its dormant powers and train your subliminal mind to solve all your problems, and thus give it true inspiration and original ideas, your subliminal mind will not offer its wonderful treasure of knowledge or solve all your problems before a mere pious wish. It is necessary to send it very strong, continuously concentrated, and persistent thoughts. Any message you send to your subliminal mind, provided it is not changed or altered and is strong and concentrated enough, will be obeyed in time. Some students will take longer than others, but each one, sooner or later, by following these instructions, will develop the power of directed subliminal thought. The first step is to impress upon the subliminal mind strongly, capable of solving all its current problems unless you are a rare exception. Your subliminal mind is hypnotized by the belief that it cannot solve your difficulties. As long as you believe that you cannot do it, you will never try. But once you can convince your subliminal mind that it has the power, wisdom, and knowledge to do so, you will immediately move from weakness to power. You will have at your disposal a mind so vast and wonderful that the limited mind of the senses will be unable to assimilate all its meaning. To convince your subliminal mind that it can solve all your problems, you must first believe in yourself that you can, have a strong desire to use your hidden powers. Make strong affirmations that your subliminal mind can think constructively and call upon universal knowledge to solve every perplexity and problem. Visualize yourself encountering problems and solving them immediately by referencing your higher inner self. Within your inner mind reside unlimited powers, but they are only available when you consciously call upon and use them. Therefore, repeat this thought firmly in your mind. My subliminal mind can call upon universal intelligence and solve all my problems. When you seek to impress your subliminal mind, it is necessary to be alone and to calm your objective mind and senses. When all thoughts of business, worries, and material life have been eliminated from your mind, and you have achieved perfect mental calm, you will then be in a favorable state to transmit instructions to your subliminal mind and to receive inspiration from it. We have learned in this lesson that the universal spirit dwells within man, and when he seeks within, he finds infinite power. Similarly, man is also animated by infinite life. As long as man is unaware of the infinite nature of his life, he will be weak, sick, and miserable. The animal health of our ancestors is fading, and man is becoming increasingly mentally and spiritually sensitive, and therefore his life and health depend more and more on mental and spiritual forces. Everyone feels more nervous and tense, more imaginative and sensitive to the power of thought and other spiritual or psychic forces. Therefore, man must more frequently observe the only source of all life to find his health, energy, and vitality. Those who seek perfect health, who could not do so today, must deny all thoughts and beliefs related to illness, discomfort, and constantly affirm and visualize a state of perfect health and well-being. Let this idea of health dominate your mental vision. Let it be a pillar of cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night, always guiding you out of the lands of slavery and sickness, leading you to the promised land of radiant health. Chapter 3. The invisible is greater than the visible. Thus, working in the invisible means dealing with the cause, whose effect is the outer life. By working in the invisible through meditation, affirmation, visualization, and maintaining the highest ideals in our mind, we awaken the power that lies hidden within us. The power within us is the power of the universal mind or spirit. Hence, it is infinite and unlimited. The only limit that can exist is the limit we impose through our lack of faith. Thus, in all your difficulties and battles, remember that the power within you is infinite. You are one with the infinite if you believe in it. Only then can you realize it. Rise and move forward with confidence. Your highest ideals can also be achieved if you believe and have faith and reach for the highest and best things. I proclaim for you the inner knowledge of these things. Although the existence of the subliminal mind is a modern discovery for Western minds, in the East it is ancient knowledge. For centuries, this knowledge has been cherished by certain mystical orders. Since the earliest times, we find evidence of signs and wonders accomplished through the power of the subliminal mind. However, in the West, there has always been an inclination towards materialism. A materialist bases his beliefs on matter. He wants to see, touch, and manipulate before trusting something. Nevertheless, modern science has upended the ground of materialists, as it constantly proves that there are more things in the unseen than in the seen. Science, despite its achievements, has realized that it has only been on the surface of a mighty ocean of mystery. Science has slowly, with enormous effort, demonstrated the existence of many things that scientists did not previously believe, but which were known to the ancients and have been known in the East for centuries. One of these is the existence of the subliminal mind. Mesmerism and hypnotism have demonstrated that man is composed of more than one mind. On one side, there is the superficial or outer mind of the senses. This mind reasons, learns from books and other external sources, and generally operates on the physical plane. It is only a small part of man's total mind, like the iceberg that shows only 1/12 of itself above the surface of the sea, with the rest of its mass submerged deep below. The objective mind of man is only a tiny part of the whole. Superficial or objective thought is the infinite mind. The subliminal is linked to the universal mind of the universe, therefore it can be measured. It is beyond comprehension. It is enough to know that its power is unlimited, and that we can use this power to recreate our lives and achieve all our desires. The subliminal is inspiring, intuitive, and creative. It is a reservoir of knowledge and a center of energy. It is much more than that, but no one can calculate how much. In this lesson, we will consider the first 3 descriptions in the order we have mentioned. First, inspiration. All inspiration has come to humanity through the subliminal. It is through this means that Wordsworth, Shakespeare, Milton, Emerson, and all the great masters, preachers, and leaders have obtained their inspiration. All the good that has come into this world has been through inspiration, and all inspiration comes through the subliminal. Every person who has accomplished something remarkable has done so through the inspiration of their subliminal. The fact that some are enormous in their achievements and others more modest in their changes is simply due to different degrees of expression. Some express the power within them more intensely, others less. The power is there, it just needs to be expressed. We cannot all be Shakespeare or Milton, nor can all men be Gladstone or Lincoln, but somewhere in the world there is an appropriate space where each one can find a field of useful and pleasant work. We can and should let inspiration guide us to find a field where we could put all our repressed passion, where we could succeed to the point that even in our wildest dreams we could not imagine. Dear listener, you were not sent into this world for a mere jest. You were sent to accomplish a specific purpose, to achieve something that no one else can do but you. There is no one else in the world like you, and everything you do is colored by your individuality. No one else could accomplish your work as well as you. Before you, there is a field that no one else but you could conquer. So listen to the voice of inspiration. Next, intuition. Those who learn to recognize the voice of intuition come into contact with infinite wisdom. They act on intuition where others can only do so after immense effort, if they can do it at all. Those who have developed this power have no doubts, as all their problems are resolved by the universal mind. This person listens to the inner voice of wisdom and acts accordingly, and the outcome always justifies their faith in this inner power. President Lincoln, when faced with a very difficult problem, would submit it to his inner mind and then take a short walk. During his walk, he would focus on the birds, trees, and other things around him, avoiding thinking about the uncertainty that required an immediate answer. When he returned from his walk, the answer was ready. His subconscious had solved the problem. Others, perplexed by a complicated matter, might go to bed with the problem still unresolved and wake up in the morning with the solution already in their conscious mind. Or it might come as a flash while they are dressing. It is the subconscious that has solved their problem. Within the subconscious resides all wisdom and understanding. You can also use this wisdom and understanding if you develop the faculty to listen to your inner self. Third, creativity. The subconscious is creative because it is one with the universal mind, which is the creative power of the universe and thus shares the same nature. The difference is not in type but in degree. Just as in macrocosm, so it occurs in the microcosm. Just as the infinite mind is absolute throughout the universe, man is the king of his life, the master of his destiny, the captain of his soul, the creator of his life and circumstances. Man cannot create a planet, but he can consciously form an image or scene in his creative mind, an image with better circumstances, a different environment, or a definitive accomplishment, and by persistently maintaining this image, force it to materialize in his life and circumstances. This is not a fairy tale, it is a concrete and sensible fact. Everything that man has accomplished was first created or imagined in his mind. Vision always comes first and then realization. The difference between people is a difference in vision. The difference in their vision is the difference in their achievements. Some people can create more than others because they have a greater vision. All the greats of the earth, leaders of men and nations, artists, poets, inventors, financiers, achieved success through their vision as they were imaginative individuals. People who pride themselves on being practical view imagination with suspicion, thinking it is something impractical and mysterious, something belonging to the realm of dreams. They confuse constructive imagination with daydreaming. But the imagination I am referring to is the very antithesis of daydreaming, as the latter is an endless waste of mental faculties. Constructive imagination, on the other hand, gathers mental forces and by focusing the hidden faculties of the mind, allows a defined image to emerge, which is the vision possessed by all successful people. This vision is the basis of all accomplishments. It is impossible to name a single great man or woman who was not inspired and guided by it. The main reason why there have been great figures throughout different stages of world history who achieved the most noble ends is that they had the most noble visions. It is impossible to create a poor, insignificant, and low-value image in the mind, and then achieve great success in life. Therefore, if you maintain in your mind the vision or mental image of great success or noble effort, then these things will manifest in your life. It cannot be otherwise, for what is held in the mind eventually manifests outwardly. That is why a person with little power of concentration will not be able to maintain a defined image in their mind, but will always be changing and modifying it, thus leading only to confusion and a lack of achievements in their life. What you are, what you think, and what you aspire to inside yourself is what will then become your future life. Your external life is formed within your inner life and is an exact replica of the life that is in you. Therefore, your subconscious is not only the source of inspiration and intuition, it is also creative. Your life is in your hands. You can make of it what you want. Your future is entirely yours. You can build it with the greatest mathematical precision. You are free to make or break, to build or destroy, to rise to the highest heights or to sink into the most impenetrable depths. You can be weak or strong, impure or pure, miserable or happy, unsuccessful or successful, poor or prosperous, sick or healthy, hated or loved. It all depends on the control of thought and scientific thought. Now is the time to begin applying some of the things you have learned. So add the following to your nightly affirmations. My life is about overcoming and empowering. From now on I will cease to do, and instead I will do through the infinite power within me that can never fail. Where I have left blank spaces, I want you to fill them in by first replacing the bad habit you want to eliminate with the virtue you want to put in its place. Suppose, for example, that you have developed the habit of getting up late, having a rushed breakfast, hurrying to work, delaying appointments and correspondence, which in turn causes stomach problems, headaches, and a bad mood. Suppose this is the case, using it only as an example. Complete the sentence so it says something like, from now on, I will stop getting up late and will rise punctually at 7 a.m. Or better yet, you could set yourself the goal of getting up at 6:30 a.m. and spending half an hour meditating and praying. Once this is done, you are ready to get up at 7 a.m. Immediately after making the affirmation, visualize an image of yourself waking up in the morning. See yourself opening your eyes and looking at the clock. See that it is 6:30. Visualize yourself focused, meditating, and making affirmations. See yourself looking at the clock again, and at exactly 7 a.m. see yourself getting up and heading to the bathroom. The clearer you can imagine this scene, the easier it will be for you to get up. Perhaps you will not succeed on the first or second morning, but if you persist, you will find that by using affirmations you have total control over yourself. And the more successful you are, the stronger your willpower will become. If you have the habit of going to bed late, you can add the following to your morning affirmation. From now on, I will stop going to bed late. Instead, I will go to bed between 10 and 10:30 p.m. I will feel drowsy and tired at that time and will fall asleep after making this affirmation. Visualize yourself as you will be at 10 p.m. See yourself checking the time, putting away your book or work document, and getting into bed. Be persistent in your visualization until you can see every detail with great vividness and clarity. Make this affirmation and create this mental image, and you will see that what you have affirmed and visualized will come to pass exactly as you desire. A life of perfect self-control and overcoming presents itself to you when you become the master of yourself, first in the small things, then in the larger ones. You will be the master of your life, your circumstances, and your destiny. It is not only necessary to change habits, but also to change all your false ideas about life and the universe by replacing them with the truth. One of the goals of this course is to erase your old erroneous beliefs and thus change your mental perspective. It is necessary to transform every thought and suggestion that is not good for you. A thought might come in this way: you are going to fail, you will never succeed. If you allow this thought to enter your mind, it will weaken your efforts, paralyze your attempts, and bring failure into your life with as much certainty as night follows day. As soon as you feel the presence of such thoughts, you must eliminate them by negation. In this case, you should elevate your thoughts to a perfect mental world and say, Failure does not exist. I'm a perfect mental being living in a perfect mental world. All the potentials of the infinite mind are mine. I cannot fail. Repeat this several times, then affirm, I am success. Within me reside infinite powers. I am successful in everything I do. Every time you do this, you drive away failure and firmly establish success in your life. If you do this more often, with a clear conception of your perfect mental world and, so to speak, breathe its atmosphere, you will progress more quickly. However, do not force or worry about the results, but try to adopt and maintain a calm, serene, and confident attitude above the worries and pressures of life. Again, another thought might come to you. Evil is coming back. If you allow this thought to enter your mind, you will have a bad episode. It will surely appear, and nothing can stop it. The attack is only the effect. The cause is the thought in your mind, and no medicine can help you because it cannot touch the real cause. Only deal with the effect. These efforts are like trying to chase away a bird using just a broom. So when pain and thoughts come and seek to be admitted at the door of your mind, immediately deny their existence. They have no real existence. The true you is a perfect mental being in a perfect mental world where there is neither pain nor attacks. If you realize this, you can never be ill. Only when you allow thoughts and suggestions of pain and illness to enter your mind do they become possible in your body, because what happens in your body and life is an exact reflection of what you hold in your mind. Therefore, if you deny pain and illness in your perfect mental world, then pain will immediately disappear. In the second lesson, I told you that by denying evil, you were not only making the thought of evil disappear, but also destroying it, and then you were able to verify the truth of this statement. You can do the same with pain. If, upon feeling pain, you elevate yourself to your perfect mental world and deny suffering, it will almost immediately disappear. After denying pain and illness, affirm perfect health. Denial will kill the harmful thought, cleanse the mind, and the affirmation will heal you and weaken any future attacks. With this method, you can reverse every harmful thought, belief, and emotion. It is necessary that when you deny any evil, whatever it may be, you clearly realize that you are denying its existence in a material world. For example, if you have a pimple on the back of your neck as big as a fist, it would be absurd to deny its existence because it is there and exists just as anything else in this transient world. However, there are two of you. There is the material you and the sublime mental and spiritual you. The first is a fleeting and transient material person. The second is a glorious, imperishable, and eternal mental and spiritual being. When the true you rises to a perfect mental world, you leave behind the imperfect and ordinary material body, and it is the sublime you, the perfect mental and spiritual you, who in a world of infinite good, purity, and perfection, denies the existence of that pimple on your body. You, the sublime being, have no pimples on your skin. Only the material you that you left behind has them. By rising to your perfect mental world, you transfer your consciousness from the material world to this transcendental world of infinite perfection, which our greatest philosophers and thinkers have always understood to be around and above us. By elevating yourself to your perfect mental world, your pain disappears like the sound of an orchestra fading away in the distance. This is because you have transferred your consciousness from a material world to a mental or spiritual world. If upon entering this perfect mental world, you deny the evil that torments you, and if you deny it not in your material body, but only in your radiant mental body, and if you then meditate on the infinite life of perfection and the limitless perfect good, the immaculate purity, and the immeasurable power of the infinite mind that governs this perfect mental world, if you bathe, so to speak, in the sun and happiness of the infinite perfection and love of this transcendental world, then you will open your life and your physical body to the action of the universal mind, and your material life, circumstances, and body will more closely resemble the life of the perfect mental world, and your body will more closely resemble your sublime mental body. Thus, if it is a pimple that bothers you, it will disappear, and your body will become healthier. The clearer your concept of the perfect world, the faster and more certain the results will be in your life, body, and circumstances. Every time you rise to the perfect mental world and deny evil, every time you experience and enjoy the infinite perfections of the ideal world, every time you do this, evil is destroyed in your life and body, and good takes its place. Therefore, always remember to withdraw within yourself and rise to your perfect mental world before making a denial or an affirmation. Meditation is recommended between 6 and 9 a.m. and between 9 and 11 p.m. In the past, I was distracted by the voices I heard from this imperfect and unsatisfactory sensory life. I allowed myself to be swayed back and forth by desire, impulse, uncontrolled emotions, and allowed the advice of those without inner knowledge to influence me. From now on, I will ignore all those voices and only listen to the inner voice that always speaks with perfect wisdom. I will no longer feel concerned or surprised about not knowing which path to take or what action to undertake, but I will be perfectly guided by the inner voice of inspiration. I lift my mind above this sensory life and dwell in the perfect world of the spirit. All thoughts, advice, and states that are not in harmony with the highest good, I transform into their opposites. In this way, I cleanse my mind, my thoughts, my circumstances, my world, and I rebuild my life. When faced with difficult problems, I turn inward, and by controlling my thoughts, I repel or reverse undesirable thoughts until my inner mind calms and finds serenity to listen to the inner voice of wisdom. This voice never errs, never deviates, and always guides me towards the greatest good. Therefore, I have no worries, no concerns, no confusion, for I always know how to act, even in the most complicated circumstances, being perfectly guided by the inner voice of wisdom. From now on, I have no concerns, no anxiety, no worries, for I am led towards all that is good. Everything that is good and perfect is mine at this moment. Health, prosperity, happiness, mental peace, everything is mine here and now. Appendix. After imprinting in your subconscious the idea that you can think constructively and that you have access to all the knowledge to solve all your problems, it is now necessary to instruct your mind to resolve. This week's meditation shows the way. Retreat inward to the secret. For most students, this represents a difficult task, controlling and calming the senses and restraining unwanted thoughts. But compared to that, it is easy if you focus on it and eliminate any thoughts of anxiety, worry, work, or anything related to the senses. It should be a thought that takes you away from the sensory life and leads you towards the higher life of the spirit and soul. For example, the student of the Bible might advantageously focus on a few words like, "You will keep him in perfect peace." Another might say, following Emerson's words, "I am the master of the sphere of the 7 stars and the solar year," and so forth, according to one's religion or philosophical views. Or you might focus on a mental image of infinite beauty and perfection. The future golden age, paradise, heaven, or whatever you consider to be elevated, pleasant, and inspiring, continue to reject other thoughts until all concern is dead in the mind and the soul is calm. Then, say in your own words something like this: "My subliminal mind calls upon universal wisdom and resolves all my problems and difficulties." The life that opens before the student of truth is one of great glory, infinite expansion and development. However, one does not always believe this to be so. To test his courage, it seems monotonous and hopeless. Everything seems to go wrong, and voices whisper, "Why bother? The quest is useless." If the student turns back, it proves he is not worthy, and for him the steep path of life towards God will never exist. But he who moves forward despite all discouragements and opposition and proves his courage enters a life of indescribable joy, victory and achievement, abundant health and mental peace. I affirm for you the life of true freedom. You shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. Chapter 4. Now we need to address that part of your mind which is the center of all action and the basis of all memory, not only the memory of this life, but that which belongs to all of humanity. We will call this division of the mind subconscious mind, to distinguish it from the creative mind, intuition, and inspiration we have previously considered, as well as from the objective or conscious mind that will be described later according to psychological teachings. This subdivision is not orthodox. The usual practice is to dominate the subconscious over the entirety of the mind. If we reflect on this for a moment, it is evident that this is not correct. The subconscious mind acts solely according to instruction and instinct. Thoughts and commands flow from the will through the conscious mind to the subconscious mind. They are immediately executed, and the subconscious mind is a blind intelligence. It cannot reason, but it can remember and act. Although it cannot think, plan, or reason, we still have a mind within us that can inspire, create, and generate the most wonderful thoughts. It is a mind that can solve our most complicated problems and guide us through the most difficult situations if we trust it. This cannot be the subconscious mind, as we have already mentioned, that it is a blind intelligence that acts solely by instruction, suggestion, and animal instinct. Therefore, there must be a higher mind distinct from the subconscious, and that is all. I have called it subliminal due to the lack of a more appropriate term. The subconscious is like a giant or a dormant volcano. It just needs to be awakened to manifest its extraordinary power. It is a vast and wonderful intelligence, so wonderful that our consciousness cannot conceive its power. All we know is that this marvelous center of life and action is far beyond our understanding, just as our own consciousness surpasses that of a beetle. Yet this subconscious which belongs to us is subject to our will and guidance. Within us resides this wonderful power, this nearly infinite intelligence. However, its use and control depend on our will. We have been given the power to govern a force whose extent escapes us, to direct an intelligence so great that we cannot fully comprehend its meaning. The subconscious is the center of all action. It is through it that everything we do can be realized. It embodies inexhaustible energy, works constantly, and never sleeps. While we rest, it is busy adjusting and reconstructing every thought we have let pass. A thought transforms into action through the subconscious, hence the expression of a thought as an action in gestation. The great lesson you must learn, dear listener, is this. If the subconscious transforms every thought into action, then controlling thought is the only great transcendent fact of life. If you have the power to control your thoughts, you also have the ability to control your actions. If you can control your actions, then what possibilities open up for you in life? One of the main causes of failure in life lies in the inability to control one's thoughts. Erroneous thoughts in the subconscious transform into incorrect actions, which lead to failure and disaster. When thoughts are uncontrolled, the subconscious will act on any thought or suggestion that floats by. Thoughts and suggestions arise not only from consciousness, but also from external sources, like a radio picking up messages through the vibrations of space. Thus, the human mind receives impressions from the outside. Thoughts are entities. They have form and substance and are eternal. Thoughts fall into your consciousness, and unless you push them away, they will enter the subconscious and cause actions in your life and behavior. Therefore, if the thought is bad, the result will be so. Similarly, if it is weak, the result will be failure. You cannot avoid action once you have had the thought. Likewise, if you have a noble thought, a noble action will result. If you focus on thoughts of success and power, then success and the power to achieve something will manifest in your life and in all circumstances. It is thought that governs your life. Therefore, if you govern your thoughts, you will control your existence. Suggestions appear at every moment. Well-meaning friends might suggest illness when they comment on the paleness of your skin. Their comments, well-intentioned as they are, send a suggestion of illness to your subconscious, which will later manifest as a real illness in your body. Newspaper articles about diets, flu, and other topics suggest illness again, and even advertisements imply that you have kidney disease or something worse, and that to save your life it is necessary to take certain pills or medications. The same newspapers do their best to suggest harm. Their columns are filled with the harmful content of life. If a person commits a crime, it appears in the newspapers. However, if they resist temptation and perform a good deed, it goes largely unnoticed. This is why newspapers give a completely false representation of life. The press is blind to the good, but presents the evil and suggests it to you. If you are not vigilant, this will produce great harm in your life. For every bad action that appears in the newspapers, 1,000 good actions go unrecorded and unshown. The world is filled with noble actions and benevolent thoughts, and they can only be seen and accomplished by those who are interested in seeking them. Therefore, be very careful about the newspapers you read and how you read them. Avoid engaging with the negative and perverse side of life. Instead, seek the good. When you read the newspaper, pay attention to the important and higher things, those that will be remembered in history. Ignore what is insignificant and of little value. This way you will avoid harmful and dangerous suggestions. Newspapers, magazines, and certain books make us believe that life is despicable. Even some writers have dared to describe the world as a valley of tears and life as a long misery. Do not believe these malicious suggestions. Life is something pleasant and enchanting. It is full of beauty, love, peace, and happiness. Life is what we make of it. We can make life glorious or make it seem like hell. It depends on our will. Therefore, do not read newspapers, books, or magazines that do not present life in a joyful and optimistic manner. Avoid reading low-quality material. Read good books, those from great minds. Immerse yourself in noble thoughts. If you can read poetry, seek the beautiful, the noble, and the true in your readings and surroundings, and you will find them and be greatly blessed. You may be wondering how to escape all these malign suggestions. I'm aware of the evil in my life. I do not know what to expect next. How can I then expel evil and avoid all these harmful suggestions that influence my consciousness from 1,000 different sources? The answer is denial. First, I want you to understand that your life consists solely of what is in your mind. Your world is merely a reflection of your own mind and what it contains. That is why two people facing the same circumstances will perceive life and the world very differently. One may find great joy and many reasons for gratitude in life, while the other may experience only unhappiness and disappointment. The difference lies not in the circumstances, but in the mind. The mind is real. The world is ephemeral and fleeting, and has no existence in a philosophical sense. It is the mind that endures. The natural or mortal view of life and the world is almost always exactly the opposite of the truth and the real spiritual fact. Metaphysics tells us that the visible world is an inverted reflection of the real. If it is inverted, it is natural until our spiritual or inner eyes open to the truth, and we see things as the opposite of what they truly are. Therefore, it is not surprising that while the mortal or sensory mind thinks the world is real and the spirit is merely a shadow, the true truth is that the spirit and soul are real and eternal, and that the visible world is something transient, ephemeral, and has no real existence. Thus, the only thing that really matters is what is in the mind or what is not. If we believe and have bad thoughts in our minds, then we will have them in our lives. However, if we can expel from our minds the thought and belief in evil, it will cease to manifest outwardly. By rising above sensory life and realizing our permanent world of the spirit, and from there denying evil, poverty, failure, pain, illness, misfortune, or any other problem we might encounter, we will eliminate the thought that causes all our problems, and thus everything we affirm will take its place. If we deny evil, we affirm good. If we deny illness, we affirm prosperity and abundance. Through denial, we can remove all the evil, worry, fear, and anxiety from our lives and replace them with affirmations of perfect good, success, wealth, happiness, health, love, peace, and courage. These all reside in the mind. Whatever is extracted from the mind is extracted from life, and whatever is placed in the mind enters our existence. In this way, it is possible, with mathematical precision and certainty, to recreate life, to eliminate all that is undesirable, and to build in its place only what is beautiful, good, and true. Life is what we love to do. We can construct it to be as heavenly as itself, full of all that is good and beautiful, or conversely, we can make it a perfect hell. Therefore, do not accept the suggestions of those who, having failed in life, tend to describe it negatively. We can make life a continuous joy and create a heaven within us through the quality of our thoughts and mental processes. You will have already understood the purpose and value of affirmations. Affirmations are concentrated thoughts. Behind each affirmation is a strong emotion that gives it tremendous mobilizing power. Affirmations not only impress the subconscious mind, thereby producing actions aligned with the will, but they also project out of the mind into space and attract other forces and aids that are a blessing. Moreover, they awaken the subliminal mind to inspire, create, and impart wisdom. By using affirmations, the most exquisite forces awaken and move into action, thus transforming life from weakness or inefficacy to strength or purpose. Using affirmations, willpower is strengthened so much that everything else must submit to it. Affirmations strengthen the body and make it healthy, and the practice of physical conditioning becomes a pleasure rather than a duty. Difficult tasks and unpleasant duties become easy to accomplish. Using affirmations, it is possible to break free from lifelong bad habits and replace them with good ones. By using affirmations, we can build character, modify our circumstances, shape our destiny, and guide our soul. We can become what we want, do what we desire, and achieve all our ideals. Therefore, it is extremely important that you remain very attentive in practicing affirmations. Never let a single night or day pass without dedicating several minutes to the silent concentration on the affirmation provided in this course. With only the audio of this course, you will not achieve much. It is by doing what is actually taught that you will become strong and successful. You must overcome mental and physical fatigue, which can be achieved through consistency. One cannot dream of success. It must be earned. Therefore, you must focus on affirmations and visualization exercises. The latter are a form of affirmation and have the same importance. A warning: do not constantly change your affirmations. Do not think of one thing one day and another the next. This only creates confusion in your mental world and makes this confusion even more confusing in your life. Of course, as you overcome weaknesses and bad habits, you will modify your affirmations. You will always find some fault you want to change. For the rest, keep the affirmations given in these lessons. This does not mean that you should not make denials, changes, and accepted affirmations for all the varying circumstances and weaknesses of life, as they are necessary for your own protection. In this way, if you observe a vision that suggests evil, a drunk person, an act of hatred, a fight, or an act of immorality, or if you hear something degrading and depressing that suggests inferior things, then for your own protection you must reverse it. For example, if you see a violent and angry person, if you do not reverse it, the suggestion of malevolence that this vision conveys will sink into your subconscious mind and make your cells vibrate with it, making you more susceptible to thoughts of anger, in addition to weakening the overall tone of your mind. Therefore, you must rise to your perfect mental world and deny anger by saying the following: Man, being a perfect mental creature, can never be angry. There is no anger in this perfect world of the mind. All is love and goodwill. By doing this, you will not only avoid having the suggestion of evil harm you, but at the same time, you will become much stronger. And as strange as it may seem now, you will also reduce the anger present in the mind of the angry person. The reason for this is that in reality, there is only one mind. We are all rivers converging to the same place, and if we expel evil from our own minds, then by doing so, we make the world and the minds of others better. Thus, by purifying oneself, one becomes the savior of the world. These inversions of denials and affirmations made in one's perfect mental world should be carried out throughout the day so that every evil turns into good, every difficulty into success, every threat of failure into success, and every pain or disease of thought into perfect health. This must occur continuously, for it is in this way that you will grow in power each day. And in addition to that, it is undeniable that you will have a plan in which you are progressing. You have an ambition that you want to achieve, a creative design in your mind that you want to accomplish. To reach this end, deny failure and affirm success. Visualize an image of what you want to accomplish. Having made a decision now, stick with it. Do not change your affirmation or alter your mental image. Maintain it firmly until it becomes a reality. If you modify it or change it, you will bring great confusion into your life. So do not change, modify, or alter the main creative plan of your life. Try to keep the image intact, becoming clearer and more defined day by day. If you do this, you will see how it works with almost mathematical precision. This course has been prepared to guide students along a safe path to achieving their ambitions. It can guide you if you follow the lessons precisely. Therefore, as long as you follow this course, do not let yourself be distracted by other metaphysical literature. Focus on these lessons, persevere in applying this teaching, and you will, like the writer, prove and demonstrate its truth in your life and circumstances. I want you to start seriously developing your visualization powers. In this way, you will improve your memory of all knowledge, even if it is just a minor matter. What matters is that what you believe in as a mental vision, if maintained persistently in your mind, will manifest in your life with total certainty. Therefore, you have two methods by which you can change your life, create better circumstances, and achieve success. The first is through denials and affirmations, and the second is through meditation, concentration, and visualization. Both must work together. For example, you formulate an affirmation preceded by a denial, and then you create a mental image of what you have affirmed at that moment. If you want to succeed, you must first deny evil and affirm good, as evil is the general cause of all your problems and lack of success. Then, by affirming success, visualize, I have a perfect, radiant, and successful mental world, or remain in the perfect world of the mind where there is no failure or limitation. First, dispel the fog of evil that obscures your vision, numbs your faculties, and fills your life with difficulties. To do this, eliminate the evil through denial. There is no evil. Use this denial until the fog disappears and you have a clear vision of your perfect mental world. Then, make the following affirmation: there is only infinite good. Therefore, deny poverty and failure, as they have no place in your perfect world and cannot touch you, for in essence, you are a perfect mental creature. After eliminating failure and poverty through denial, then affirm, I am success. I'm a perfect mental being, one with the source of all good, a part of the universal mind. I am success, and like a magnet, I attract everything I need. 1,000 invisible forces rush to accomplish my will. I am guided by an irresistible power. I am success. Repeat this affirmation, preceded by many denials, in the evening and in the morning, always in your perfect mental world, reinforcing it throughout the day, elevating yourself each time to your higher self, and you will revolutionize your life. To enhance your mental imagination ability, practice the following exercise. Take a simple flower or a painting and observe it carefully for several minutes. Examine it from all possible angles, retaining every detail in your mind. Then close your eyes and create an exact mental image of what you have observed. If the image is clear and defined with no details missing, then you have succeeded. Otherwise, keep trying until you achieve it. When you enter an unfamiliar room or office, examine every detail carefully, where each piece of furniture is located, which pictures are hung on the walls, what items are on the floor, the type of fireplace, and everything that is part of the furnishings. Then when you return home or are on public transportation, close your eyes and recall by creating a mental image of everything you were able to see. Practice this visualization as much as possible during the coming week and make affirmations that accompany your progress, whatever your needs. You can make a denial and an affirmation to replace this need. Whatever difficulty you face, you can overcome it by denying and affirming in your perfect mental world. This course aims first to establish a solid foundation of character, upon which you can later build the superstructure of success. Start by eradicating all character flaws and replacing them with their opposites. For example, if you have been one who always procrastinates, make sure that others recognize you for your speed and efficiency. If you have been pessimistic, become cheerful and optimistic. If you have been late, become the most punctual person who ever existed. All of this is possible and truly easy to achieve through the use of denials, affirmations, and mental imagery. Once you have built your character, the path to success will be relatively easy, as success is primarily a matter of character. The fundamental general affirmation has served its purpose, and now it needs to be reinforced. You have progressed enough to join us in the greatest denial and affirmation of all. There is no evil, only infinite good. It is very difficult for beginners to realize that there is no evil. There are entities in the mind that prevent understanding this truth, but with denial they can be eliminated. This denial is so powerful that initially it can make some people feel unwell, but this only demonstrates how important the cleansing work is in the depths of the mind. Continue using denial night and day, and never cease looking up towards your perfect mental world. After a certain period, you will suddenly realize that there is no evil for you, that only infinite perfection belongs to you, along with everything that is beautiful and true. Before any affirmation, make this denial and affirmation. Use them before starting any important work and always before beginning any meditation, as your mind turns towards its perfect world. By doing so, you will cleanse and strengthen your mind so much that it will completely transform your life. During this week, meditate on these words from James. The impure, miserable, and selfish soul gravitates with exact precision towards misfortune and disaster. The pure, unselfish, and noble soul gravitates with equal precision towards happiness and prosperity. Each soul attracts its own, and nothing can happen to it that does not belong to it. Understanding this is recognizing the universality of divine law. Meditate also on these words from Buddha. Everything we are is the result of what we have thought. Everything rests on our thoughts, is built with our thoughts. And also on these other words from James. Your own thoughts, desires, and aspirations shape your world, and for you, everything that exists in the universe of beauty and joy, or falseness and sadness and pain, is contained within yourself. Through your own thoughts, you make or unmake your life, your world, your universe. It must be said that you will achieve results more quickly if, in addition to visualizing, you create a well-defined image of the precise success you wish to achieve. If it is money you want, then see the money piling up on your table. If it is service to others that you desire, then visualize yourself caring for the sick and helping those with broken hearts. Everything you imagine in this way will become reality in your life over time. Nothing ever happens without becoming a reality. You cannot get what you desire with just a pious wish. You must work for it with mental images, and thus, over time, the path will open up for you in a wonderful way. Continue practicing concentration on a thought or mental image, stopping all other thoughts that surround you until the senses are completely calm. Then, repeat as before. My subliminal mind calls upon universal wisdom and solves all my problems. Chapter 5 explains that the objective or conscious mind is the external or superficial mind. It is finite and very limited. It receives impressions through the organs of sight, hearing, taste, touch, and smell. It learns from books, speech, experience, and experimentation. We have seen that the subliminal mind becomes one with the infinite mind of the universe, differing only in degree and not in nature. But this is of little use if the objective mind does not utilize the latent powers within it. We have also seen that the subconscious mind is filled with immense power and is a wonderful intelligence that exceeds anything the objective consciousness can grasp or understand. Furthermore, it is regulated and controlled by thoughts, impressions, and suggestions coming through the conscious mind. Therefore, this great intelligence is directed, or should be directed, by the objective mind. However, what use is it if the sensory mind does not govern wisely or does not govern at all, but rather allows the subconscious mind to overflow, acting on instincts and false impressions, false truths, and harmful suggestions, turning all of life into a hell of problems and difficulties? You will understand, therefore, that the objective mind, though very limited, is somehow the most important of all in regard to this life and consciousness. Through it, the self governs or can govern the submerged mind. The ego is the self part of man, his personal and individual self. The true you is your individual ego. The true inner self seeks to manifest through its minds, then through its brain, body, and outer life. It can only do this properly when the will is strong enough to execute or have executed the orders of the ego. Let's suppose the true inner self says to the will, "I want to succeed in this project." Imagine that this project is a course of study that requires much application, perseverance, and sacrifice of pleasure to achieve. It requires working while others are having fun, resisting the pleas of friends who want you to join their entertainment and pleasure. After receiving the instructions, the will transmits the command through the conscious mind to the subconscious. But if your will is not naturally strong, it does so with little enthusiasm, even though this study is very important, as without it, you could not succeed in your profession. If the will is so weak that it cannot impress this importance sufficiently on the subconscious mind, it results in a weak force to drive your efforts. For a while, the studies progress successfully. On one side, the initial lessons are simple and easy. On the other hand, there is the novelty and originality of the new work, and the pride that comes from the personal satisfaction of undertaking a task you have set for yourself. But after a while, the tasks become increasingly difficult and require more application and concentration. The calls from friends to join in the fun and amusement become more insistent, and the will, not being strong enough, can no longer cope with this situation. The will, through its weakness, then allows suggestions to enter, such as, "The task is too difficult. Others are enjoying life. Why not you? Others can advance in life without working late into the night. Why not you?" The subconscious mind, knowing no better and acting entirely on suggestion, reacts accordingly, leading to abandoning the studies to enjoy the entertainment, and thus another failure is recorded in the parchment of your life. On the other hand, suppose your will has been strengthened by affirmations. First, the subconscious mind is deeply impressed. You realize that this self-imposed task must be accomplished at all costs, no matter how much hard work, perseverance, discomfort, and personal sacrifice it involves. From the very beginning, there is a great motivation behind your efforts, a detailed and well-defined image of your project's goal, the ultimate success of your studies, the pride of accomplishment, the pleasure you will give to your friends, the valuable help it will provide to your profession, the increase in your level, the increase in your income, and the improvement of your home or the living conditions of those who depend on you. All of this, combined in a clearly defined image, is impressed upon the subconscious mind with such depth that it forms a pattern on which the mind will focus all its intense energies, activities, and powers. The energies and powers of the mind working along the lines defined by the will create a complete replica of the image that has been maintained in the mind. When the studies become difficult instead of doubting, the mind redoubles its efforts, generates more power, and overcomes all difficulties. When friends try to convince you to abandon your task and join them for fun, their pleas are useless and have no effect. You respond to this. Should I complete this course of study or pass this exam? When I succeed and reach the position I am aiming for, only then will I have greater freedom. That is why very few men succeed and many others fail. Most men lack the power to persevere to succeed. They have the desire to succeed, but lack the strength of character and willpower needed to realize their plans. Some men are full of splendid ideas, but never bring them to fruition. They see their opportunities, but lack the strength to seize them. Such a person always has a multitude of excuses to justify his lack of success, but never the real one. He will never admit that it is his will that has failed. He says that circumstances were against him, that no one wanted to help him at the critical moment, that something else happened that caused his failure, and thus he abandoned his small business just when he needed a small boost to start and move towards permanent success. Now he works for another man, and for the rest of his life, he will be a mere servant, and in his old age, he can only hope for poverty and an asylum. The number of men who possess the necessary willpower to succeed just with it is relatively small. For every person who can succeed this way, there are thousands of others who fail. These thousands of failures could become successes if they realize the power they have within themselves and understood the wonders that can be achieved through affirmations or mental imagery. Men and women who possess a normal amount of willpower can achieve success beyond what they have ever dreamed by learning to use their true inner powers and by strengthening their wills through affirmations and mental imagery. However, it should not be thought that because you are taught valuable metaphysical knowledge, you can neglect the will. On the contrary, training the will is too important for success. Imagination and vision, self-confidence and inner power are needed, but above all, the power of perseverance, which largely depends on willpower. The desire for success, energy, ambition, ability, intellect, imagination, capacity, and grand ideas are all good and vitally necessary to achieve success, but they will be of no use without the strength of will. Nothing can be accomplished if the will is weak. Therefore, one of the main objectives of this course is to build within yourself that power of perseverance, that strength of purpose, that stability of character, and that inflexibility of will necessary to achieve the highest success. And although the course teaches you valuable metaphysical knowledge that gives you a tremendous advantage in life by revealing your inner powers and teaching you how to use them, it is nonetheless essential to understand that these forces must be controlled by your will, otherwise they may cause more harm than good. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not teaching that success can be achieved solely through willpower. Willpower does not create, inspire, or attract success. In reality, it is the subliminal mind, the source of infinite power and the reservoir of wisdom, that provides the driving force, but it is the will that provides the perseverance. The self decides what needs to be done. It is the will that compels the subconscious mind to execute the ego's desires. It is not the will that acts, but the power of the subconscious mind. All other teaching systems I know of provide a series of mental gymnastics exercises for the objective mind and a kind of brute force will training. All of this is an ineffective attempt to seek success. It is like trying to start a car engine without enough fuel or without first connecting the car's electrical circuit. Scientific thought awakens the dormant powers within, connects the student with all cosmic forces, and trains the will to direct them towards the realization of their ambitions. The ordinary and established form of attempting to develop willpower through brute force almost never succeeds, and even when it does, it is a very slow and painful method. In these lessons, willpower develops in an almost imperceptible way. All affirmations and exercises, if performed systematically and conscientiously, will strengthen your willpower in unimaginable ways. If you pay close attention to affirmations and persist in visualization, you will see how your willpower increases until you become a new person. Therefore, you must be very attentive to these things so that your willpower grows and its development keeps pace with the increase in your knowledge. Affirmations drive away the formation of willpower from half of its fears. If you calmly, firmly, and confidently affirm that you will accomplish a difficult or unpleasant task on a specific day, you will find that when the moment arrives, there will be a drive that motivates you to complete the task, and when you fill yourself with courage and prepare to do what you fear or dislike, you will be surprised to find that it is not nearly as difficult or unpleasant as you thought. This is the power of the subconscious mind. Not only does it propel you to act at the right moment, but it also gives you the power to act. At this point, it is important to emphasize that when the subconscious mind gives you this drive, you must obey it. For example, if you have made your affirmations and affirmed during the night and in the morning that you will see your boss at 3 o'clock in the afternoon to ask for a raise, then when the time comes you will do it. Fear may tell you he is a very stern and unpleasant man, and he will only make you lose patience. Postpone it to another day. Instead of listening to the voice of fear, negate its influence and affirm instead, "There is no fear. The man is a perfect mental being and cannot know fear." Then affirm, "I am courageous and fear no man. I am success. I attract success through the infinite power within me." Fueled by these words, go directly to that person. You will find that talking to him is much easier than you expected. If you do not get the raise, you can lay the groundwork for obtaining it later, or if you discover why your request was rejected, you can increase your chances of getting a raise in the near future. In any case, you will have done good, strengthened your will, and not lost an opportunity that was previously within your reach. However, if you listen to the voice of fear and postpone the meeting to the next day, you will do yourself a great disservice. If you affirm that you will perform a specific act and then fail to do it, even when your faithful subconscious mind gives you the necessary impulse, you will completely destroy your mental powers. You deliberately close the door to progress and achievement in front of you. If you have an alarm clock and set it to ring at a specific time in the morning, and you get up immediately when it rings, it will always wake you up. But if, on the contrary, you turn over and go back to bed instead of getting up, you will never hear the alarm clock sound as a wake-up call again. The same goes for the subconscious mind. When it asks something of you, listen to it, for if you do not, it will soon stop doing so, and you will lose that wonderful power. When you can appreciate through the use of affirmations that you can influence your inner powers so much that things which once seemed impossible to you are now relatively easy to accomplish, the only condition is to act with decision, to advance without fear, and to do exactly what you have planned. Now I want you to, from this moment on, do something every day that is unpleasant or difficult for you, but something that you should truly do. Perhaps you really need to go to the dentist, knowing that your teeth are deteriorating and that the dentist could stop the damage if given the chance, saving you a lot of pain, loss, and unnecessary expenses. You know that your digestion and thus your overall health are suffering from this neglect, yet you keep postponing the appointment. All of this involves the hassle of scheduling, sacrificing a certain amount of time, and spending money. Additionally, it's unpleasant to say the least, which is why you've ignored the situation, allowing it to worsen. Or perhaps there is someone you need to speak with, knowing that if you manage to pique their interest, many lucrative deals will follow. However, you have postponed the meeting more than once because this person is very important and has a dislike for people like you. You know that if you meet them, it is highly likely they will disdain you and no deal will be made. For these two reasons, you have avoided what would apparently be an unpleasant interview. Whatever the satisfying duty you decide to accomplish, you must prepare the ground with statements and affirmations. For your visit to the dentist, you can deny and affirm the following. There is nothing to fear about the dentist. There is nothing he can do to me that I cannot endure with a smile. Therefore, tomorrow at 11 o'clock, I will make an appointment with the dentist. He will put my teeth in splendid order, and this will benefit my health. After repeating the affirmation several times, visualize an image of yourself in your office. You see yourself looking at your office clock. It's precisely 11 o'clock. You see yourself picking up the phone and calling the dentist, and you hear yourself asking for an appointment. Or you see yourself sending a message to your dentist to request an appointment. Then, imagine yourself in perfect health, with teeth in excellent condition. The next day, you will have no difficulty putting into practice what you have affirmed. If it is a difficult interview you decide to undertake, make the affirmation for 3 days, or even 7 if possible, before the meeting takes place. You should do the following. Mentally elevate your perfect mental world. Deny fear and say these words. I am a perfect and radiant mental being. I am one with the infinite mental universe, so I am full of courage and fear no one. On Saturday at noon or at any other agreed time for the meeting, I will meet the important person. He will listen to what I have to say, and the result of the interview will be very favorable for me. I am not doing this through hypnotic power, which is wrong, nor through mental domination, but through the law of attraction. After affirming in the usual manner, visualize your interview. Imagine yourself speaking with this very important person who seems interested in what you are saying. See yourself completely comfortable and natural in your behavior. Imagine yourself finishing your interview successfully. Do this very seriously every night and morning until the interview takes place. When it happens, you will find that it will be more satisfying than you ever thought or hoped. Once you have learned to act with courage and determination in this way, you can stop using affirmations for small things and use them for more significant matters. As you progress in scientific thinking, you will discover wonderful possibilities ahead of you, so you will always find appropriate uses to which you can devote all your negations and affirmations. As you advance in knowledge and power, you can transfer your affirmations to more challenging issues. Your character continually grows in strength and power, and things that once seemed impossible will become easy to achieve. Although there will always be new areas to conquer, there is no limit to the life of the mind. Before each affirmation, perform the great mental purification denial. There is no evil, and its complementary affirmation, there is only infinite good. Each time you use these words, you will have removed something bad from your life and replaced it with something good. It doesn't matter if you use them 100 times a day, their use will never be excessive. The visible world is described by some deep thinkers and metaphysicians as a sky obscured by a fog of matter and evil, through which one sees faintly and falsely. If this is the case, and to some extent it is true, then each time you use this great denial and purifying affirmation, a part of the fog dissipates so that you can see the sky a little more clearly. Beyond all this, what is important is that the use of the denial of evil and affirmation of good removes evil and replaces it with good, so that life becomes happier, brighter, more prosperous, and more harmonious. Even the flowers, trees, and people around us become much more beautiful and friendly than before. The world and life are extraordinarily beautiful, but this is not the case if pessimism clouds your vision. If life and the world are not fascinating to you, it is because your eyes are clouded by the fog of evil, or your mind is obscured so that you cannot perceive and understand properly. If you deny evil and affirm good whenever possible, it will make the beauty and greatness of life and the world more evident to your senses each time you do so. If you persevere every day, every week, and every month, you will reach the point where you see things as they truly are, face to face. Then you won't find an adequate word to describe all the wonders you will discover. Not only does beauty and charm, happiness, joy, and contentment come through the denial of evil and the affirmation of good, but the same applies to circumstances. Poor or difficult circumstances are unpleasant, they are all bad. Poverty, lack, and need are like illness, very far from what we know as good. By denying evil, we expel all these undesirable conditions from our lives, and by affirming good, we attract true success and prosperity into our lives, as well as the release from any type of lack and limitation. Every time we do this, we improve our lives a little. It is through constant and continuous use that we stop the waves of evil and progress in the right direction. That's why the following denial, there is no evil, and its complementary affirmation, there is only infinite good, should be part of your life just like breathing. Continue with the same general exercises of affirmation and visualization, and make your own denials and affirmations as needed, every hour of the day. In meditation, take a simple flower, examine it closely, observe its purity and gentle beauty. All the poets who have ever existed have never been able to adequately describe its beauty and fresh purity. This flower is an expression of life, just like me. We are therefore brothers and sisters. There is only one life and one thought, universal life, and this flower and I are merely individual expressions of that life and thought. This flower is a messenger of the invisible, telling me that there is no evil. The intelligence that produced this beautiful emblem cannot be evil, cannot produce evil. Therefore, there is no wickedness, only that which exists in my own animal mind. That's why I hear the voice of the flower saying with silver tones, "There is no evil, only infinite good," and I feel happy. As an appendix, continue practicing concentration on a thought or image, excluding all other thoughts and images until the mind is perfectly calm. Once you have mastered this perfectly, and not before, you can begin to use this wonderful intelligence to your service. This is explained in more detail in another lesson, but to help you start getting results immediately, here are the following instructions. Just as you are falling asleep, calm your mind as directed, and when you achieve this, present your problem to your mind and make the affirmation that while you sleep, your subliminal mind will solve your problem and give you the answer the following morning. Then remove the problem from your mind and go to bed. In the morning, when you wake up, avoid worrying about your problem. Do not think about it nervously. Instead, let your mind be as calm as before, and the answer will come naturally. If you are new to biblical study, the answer may come in the form of text. If you have been educated in proverbs and earthly wisdom, it may come in the form of an old proverb. For some, it may even come as a whisper. The more you practice this and use this ability more often, the clearer and more reliable the answers will be. Chapter 6. Listen to this lesson as often as possible. Find the right time to do it, as everything cannot be absorbed in a single listen. Keep a defined image of the success you have planned in mind. If it's money you desire, imagine money flowing abundantly onto your desk. If it's health you need, keep an image of perfect health always in front of your mental eyes. If you desire $1 million business, visualize yourself mentally in a perfectly arranged office welcoming many wealthy clients and see them waiting in line to see you. No matter what you desire, whether it is an invention, genius, love, friends, a house, land, or service to others, imagine them clearly and distinctly, and maintain that image in your mind, constantly invoking the spirit. Every time you do this, let the vision excite and fill you with pleasure. When you invoke the image, affirm the following: I am success, and believe that it is already yours. Continue affirming and visualizing success, and it will surely come in greater quantities in proportions you had never imagined. I wish you the greatest success possible. The objective or conscious mind is the mind of the senses. You learn from books, people, experience, and experiments. You reason about the things you've learned and the thoughts you've received from various sources, and after making a judgment, you reject some things as errors and accept others as truths. Things considered truths are transmitted to the subconscious mind to be added to its reservoir of memory and experience. What is transmitted to the subconscious mind becomes action. Therefore, if you have immoral or impure thoughts, physical changes occur immediately in the body, as these thoughts are transformed into actions by the subconscious mind. Thus, if someone is constantly filled with such thoughts, there will come a time when the subconscious mind will push them to engage in immoral practices. This is why many people who have seemingly been moral and well-behaved throughout their lives suddenly fall into obvious immorality. This surprises many and causes much distress to family and friends. They think it is a sudden transformation, or is due to some temptation or the malevolent influence of a wicked person. But in reality, none of this justifies it. It is simply the result of bad thinking. Bad thoughts produce bad actions. These thoughts also attract other thoughts as malignant as themselves. Similarly, a person who indulges in negative thinking attracts other people of similar character. A law runs through the universe and is invariably respected. Like attracts like. Think of evil, and you will certainly attract other evil people who will drag you down. If a person has bad thoughts, their words and actions will also be bad. If they have bad thoughts, they will attract people even worse than themselves. Similarly, if you have thoughts of failure, if you doubt your ability to succeed, if you believe that circumstances will cause your business to fail, then you will attract streams of failure thoughts that will drive away success. Not only that, but you will also attract people of a similar nature whose pessimism will contribute to your final distress. Like always attracts like, so failures always come together, just as successful people always attract others with the same mentality. The saying birds of a feather flock together hides a natural law. It is the same law that makes it impossible to think of illness or fear illness or poor health without attracting similar streams of thoughts that resonate with certain cells of the subconscious, thus producing the same illness. And not only does thinking this way produce illness, but it also attracts sick people who, with their sick mental perspective, reinforce your illness. The opposite is also true. If you have pure thoughts, you will attract similar thoughts from the space, and you will be strengthened and blessed by it. By this same law, you will attract people with elevated minds who will help you in your path toward elevation. If you have beautiful thoughts, you will attract a constant flow of thoughts of the same nature and gather around you friends of noble and inspiring character. Similarly, if you limit yourself to having only success thoughts and repel all those related to failure, you will attract a fullness of success thoughts to yourself. These will strengthen your determination and inspire you to always persevere. By this same law, you will also attract successful-minded men and women who will bring opportunities for your success to be more abundant. Again, if you only think about health and perfection and negate all thoughts of illness, if you elevate yourself to your perfect mental world and realize that there is no illness, pain, poor health, or disease, but only infinite protection and abundant health, then not only will health manifest in your body, but you will also attract happy people radiating with healthy minds and bodies who will inspire and assist you in all aspects of your life. Thus, you will easily realize the importance of allowing correct thoughts to enter your subconscious. The will and the conscious mind are like gatekeepers at the door of the subconscious, with the important task of deciding what should or should not enter. All kinds of thoughts and suggestions contrary to our well-being appear on our path and attack us from all sides. Malevolent thoughts try to enter our minds at all times. Books, magazines, human thought, the mental viewpoints of friends and acquaintances, everything is against our mental development. The mental attitude of the ordinary person is not inspiring. It does not suggest success, but expresses at best a mere passive acceptance of life. It is rare to encounter someone who is aware that they are the master of their destiny, the captain of their soul. How then can one escape this deadly and destructive mental atmosphere? First, as a thought habit, you must separate yourself from the crowd. You must completely exclude its pessimistic thoughts, which believe in circumstances, weak and failed thoughts, and instead live in a completely different world, the inner world of your own creative thinking. If you encounter a noble or inspiring thought, you will later be the recipient of a continuous flow of the best thoughts the world has known. Let it in. I do not mean that you should despise those around you, as nothing is more destructive and contemptible than that. You must associate with your companions, and while standing firm against inferior and weak thoughts, try to elevate their minds with your own hopeful influences. When a friend speaks as if failure is a possibility in their life, suggest instead that success is seeking them. If people are sad, try to encourage them with hopeful suggestions. When they see the dark side of life, show them the good and bright side. When they are furious and shouting at everything, try to calm the turbulent waters. Encourage people and firmly reject the suggestions of their minds. The greatest remedy against the deadly atmosphere of doubt and helplessness, ignorance and materialism, fear and failure due to the world's bad thinking habits, is the use of this purifying mental denial. There is no evil. It goes directly to the root of all problems and failures, of everything undesirable in our lives, and destroys it. The word evil encompasses everything in life that does not belong to the highest good. Failure, poverty, fear, illness, pain, poor health, or misfortune. Everything that limits, chains, and hinders is included in these words. By this denial, all this malevolent atmosphere is neutralized, and the mind remains clean, ready for the affirmation, "There is only infinite good." And these two words, infinite good, cover everything we might desire: peace, power, abundance, health, happiness and joy, success, achievement, love, and service to all humanity. What more could one ask for? So join your companions, your brothers and sisters, seek to do all the good you can, but often cleanse your mind and thinking using the denial of evil, and build your character, your life and your circumstances through affirmations of infinite good. However, while you are with these ordinary people, you will be like an opposing pole, regardless of their nobility or charm. The fact that you follow this course shows that you are not like the others. Taking a metaphysical course indicates that you are different from the crowd, that you are marked to stand out and progress. Secondly, everything you read must be examined and critiqued. You must remember that books, newspapers, magazines, letters convey suggestions to your subconscious and will eventually translate into actions unless you deliberately prevent them. Therefore, if you read passionate books, your life will be unbalanced and possibly shipwrecked by violent desires demanding to be satisfied. On the other hand, if you read books written by elevated minds, you will receive thoughts capable of inspiring and strengthening you. Thus, you must carefully choose your readings, read the best literature, and not accept as truth everything you read. Firmly reject anything that does not conform to your new conception of life. All thoughts that consider man as a puppet of external powers, or as the plaything of fate and the victim of circumstances, must be rigorously rejected. Anything that helps reinforce your new conception of life, i.e., that everything is in your power and that you have the ability to overcome yourself and all your difficulties, and thus make your life wonderful, must be accepted. The will and the conscious mind are at the door, guarding every thought, examining every suggestion. Take everything and examine it in the light of your new knowledge and cast away anything that does not pass the test. You will never succeed if you allow thoughts of weakness, failure, or fear to enter your subconscious. The only remarkable feature that distinguishes successful people is their absolute belief and faith in their own ability to succeed. Thoughts of failure or fear never enter the mind of a truly successful person. If you examine the character of any such person, you will find the dominant feature to be an absolute faith in their own success and a total absence of fear or weakness. Therefore, it is true that you will never succeed if you allow doubt and fear to invade your mind. Only when you have banished fear and doubt through mental control can you embark on the path to success. Some people succeed without being aware of the laws governing success. They work unconsciously according to the law, more by instinct than by knowledge, as they are naturally people of great faith and courage who have succeeded. Therefore, to achieve success, you too must have great faith and unwavering courage in your inner power, and courage born of knowledge. Thus, you will be on the same terms as any other successful person. In fact, you will be better equipped than the naturally successful person, as possessing knowledge will help you avoid many mistakes they might fall into through ignorance. Therefore, while reading, you must close your eyes to all suggestions contrary to all the knowledge you have just acquired. Thirdly, through denial and affirmation, a new mental perspective is created. Through denial, we achieve immediate relief from our problems. For example, if you are experiencing pain, by denying the existence of that pain in your perfect mental world, and by rising above the ordinary sensory life, realizing that in your higher mind you are a perfect mental being incapable of being affected by pain, then the pain will disappear immediately. Similarly, whatever problem you face through denial, you obtain immediate relief. Denial removes the bad thought, which is the cause of all problems, and cleanses and purifies the mind, preparing it for affirmation. Affirmation must always be preceded by the necessary denial. If you are going to affirm health, you must first deny poor health, illness, and discomfort. If you are going to affirm success, first deny failure. If you desire prosperity and abundance, first deny poverty and lack. Thus the mind is prepared for this affirmation. I am success. It belongs to me in prosperity and abundance. But you may be wondering how I can truthfully affirm that I am what I know I am not in reality. The answer is this. There are two yous. There is the small, external, superficial, material you, and then there is the great and glorious inner being, spiritual and mental, which is the true you. The former is a weak and simple reflection of the latter. This glorious and real you is perfect and dwells in a perfect mental world. When you affirm that you are perfect, you are referring to the true you, and you are simply stating the truth. Any good quality you affirm is very true, because you yourself, the true you, is perfect. By denying evil and imperfection and affirming instead infinite perfection, you destroy the evil in your material life and align it with the perfect life. Consequently, what you affirm in your perfect mental world then manifests, sometimes instantly, in your material world. An author defines affirmation as a statement of truth consciously used to become the power that directs the expression of life. This is a good and true definition. Scientists will say that the subconscious mind of man acts solely through suggestion. Native suggestion is so powerful, and the subconscious mind is so subject to suggestion that in affirmations we have a tool of extraordinary power for good, and in native suggestion, a terrible power for evil. When we use an affirmation, we make a statement of truth that, if repeated often enough, will sink into the recesses of our mind and become an integral part of our own life. It will propel the hidden forces of our mind into activity and guide them on the path of great achievements. If in the past you have experienced failure, then by constantly affirming, I am success, you will gradually change the weak attitude of fear and quick resignation of your material mind, and build in its place a mental perspective of courage, joy, optimism, and belief in your ability to succeed. Success or lack of success in life does not depend, as I have already emphasized, on external circumstances, but simply on a weakness of character. Through affirmations, you can strengthen your character and turn its former weak points into the strongest parts of your armor. It is through affirmations that one can control oneself, build one's character, and alter one's own destiny. That is why in your first lesson I gave you the power of affirmation and provided you with this phrase that combines denial and affirmation. The old life is dead. I have entered the new life of success and power. With this affirmation, if applied consciously and persistently, you eliminate the old life of failure and mixed success, and at the same time, you set yourself on a definite path towards a life of power and achievement. As a result, you will appreciate life in a different way, act differently, and attract a different type of people. Soon you will start to see evidence of the truth of these teachings manifesting in your life and circumstances. Thus, through affirmations, you can defend yourself against harmful suggestions that are presented to you at every moment. Through affirmations, you build a courageous, confident, hopeful, joyful, and absolutely secure mental attitude. Since this is the only type of mentality that can succeed very easily, when you start to observe the evidence of the operation of your new power, you will feel uplifted in a strange and wonderful way. You will feel as if you are being guided by invisible forces forward, toward success. It will be as if a force is pushing you from behind and motivating you to advance toward the goal of your destiny. Therefore, persevere and be consistent in your affirmations. Continue to seek challenging and unpleasant tasks, though they are very necessary, and use the power of affirmations tailored to your specific needs. If you are too energetic and tend to fall apart, if you rush and tear yourself apart, if you strain your own nerves and those of everyone around you, affirm the following. I am perfectly calm, cool, and composed. I refuse to get excited or nervous. I work quietly and methodically. Then, imagine yourself working calmly, with a cool and serene mind without haste, nervousness, or excitement. You will find that your work progresses much better or at an appropriate pace. On the other hand, if you feel tempted to be lazy or slow, affirm the following. I am the embodiment of work and energy. I am busy from morning until evening. Imagine yourself working hard, accomplishing a good amount of work. You will notice that this will greatly help you commit to your task and stay dedicated day after day. Thus, you have at your disposal the power through which you can overcome any weakness of character, a key that opens any door, an art, a magical formula that unlocks the unlimited treasure of the universal mind. By using this wonderful power, you can convert failure into success, sorrow into joy, illness into health, and mediocrity into genius. Everything is possible for you. The strength of intention and the joy of the whole, all the glories of a life of self-mastery. You have the chance to taste the delights of heaven while being on earth. For paradise and hell are within you. They are merely simple mental states. One who reaches the dazzling peak of self-mastery, who can impose themselves without fear and be undisturbed by the things that irritate and tear at people's hearts, one who is master of their passions, emotions, circumstances, and life, has attained what the world desires and has fought for in vain. What philosophers, poets, and sages have spoken and written about for centuries without ever achieving it. One who conquers oneself conquers the world, all its treasures spread out at their feet, and all divine forces rush to serve their eternal joy. Dear friend, all of this is for you. Persevere with affirmations and practice the visualization exercises taught in this course, and you will never cease to succeed beyond what you could have dreamed. For visualization exercises, imagine the frame of your room's window. Trace the wood from which it is made, step by step, process by process, back to its original shape. The tree in the forest, visualize clearly at each stage, missing no detail. In future meditation, I will close my eyes to the imperfections of other people and strive only to see their good sides. Everyone has lovable traits in their character. Even the toughest case has a weak point somewhere. Thus, in the future, I will seek only the positive traits and the weak points in everyone. I will find something to admire and revere, something to love, and I will not stop. People will also find good in every circumstance, in every difficulty, in every failure. Seek the good in every blade of grass, in every flower that blooms, in the wind that blows, and in the sun that warms my cheek. Whether it rains or shines, in good weather or bad, observe the good in everything. I will see the perfection that persists in all things. In this way, I will build a new understanding, a broader and deeper love, a greater and wider consciousness, because we are all brothers, each forming a part of the unique whole. We are one with each other, with life, and with the universal spirit of which we are each individually a part. In addition, continue to motivate your subliminal mind to solve your problems. Do not be discouraged by failures. Just keep trying over and over until you achieve what you want. A warning. After receiving your proposal during the early morning hours, when you begin your work or practice or whatever your work is, you might think that the answer that came to you like a flash of inspiration must be a mistake because it seems very contrary to ordinary wisdom. Do not be mistaken. What you received through inspiration is the most sublime wisdom. The so-called wisdom that now seeks to reverse the decision will lead you, if followed, to confusion and disaster. Infinite wisdom always seems like folly to the finite man. Continue to maintain a vision of glorious health and eternal youth before your mental eyes. Deny illness and affirm health relentlessly, but not forcefully, with confidence and conviction. In Chapter 7, for the ordinary man on the street, a thought is something that is in the air, a mere flash in consciousness, coming and going and disappearing. However, the student of the mind knows that thought is the greatest power, a force that controls all other forces. An American writer, speaking of the universal mind, says, "Think, and the suns take form, will and worlds disintegrate, and souls are born." Thus, it is understood that thought is the origin of the visible universe. Everything we see around us is the result of thought. We can even go deeper and say that all the invisible forces that keep the wonderful machinery of the universe running smoothly and perfectly are the energies of thought from the same universal consciousness. As in the macrocosm, so in the microcosm, the subliminal mind of man is essentially the same as the universal mind of the universe. The difference is not in nature but in degree. In our world, our circumstances, our lives, and our bodies, we are superior, meaning that we possess within us the power that can make us supreme if we direct it correctly. This power is thought. Thought is not so subtle and elusive that it has been deemed impossible to control by most people. On the other hand, wise philosophers and the greatest leaders in the history of the world have understood this. Everything they have accomplished has been due to the power of thought, and this was possible because they learned the art of controlling it. What man has done, man can do. These words have never been truer than today, as the science of the mind is spreading abroad, and it is known that it is a scientific possibility for ordinary people to learn to control their own thoughts. Dr. Brandes, in his most important book, titled New Concepts in Diagnosis and Treatment, Practical Application of Electronic Theory in the Interpretation and Treatment of Diseases, describes the means by which he discovered the energy of thought and how he was able to measure it through an instrument called a biodynamometer. One person in a room with closed doors and others in rooms 12 meters or more away discovered that one person could affect another through thought exercise. Anger and emotion produced energy that had an effect at a distance of 25 meters. Dr. Brandes also discovered that there are three major energy centers in the human body: the right and left sides of the brain that dominate the right and left psychomotor areas, and the tips of the fingers. When the brain is actively engaged in thinking, there is an increase in energy discharge from the psychomotor areas and also from the tips of the fingers. Similarly, it was discovered that ordinary people discharge energy from only one psychomotor area, but a great thinker discharges energy from both. The amount of energy discharged in this way can be measured by the fact that Dr. Edwards Marcan, the poet, discharges energy only in his left psychomotor area, equivalent to a resistance of 60 ohms, while the energy discharged by a giant magnet with a lifting capacity of 400 pounds per square inch is only 32 ohms. we can get an idea of the immense power of thought that man possesses. The flow of energy from the tips of the fingers is also important to consider. Throughout the ages, laying on of hands has been recognized as a healing act. Now, it is demonstrated by scientific means that it is simply the power of the energy of thought. Therefore, you will come to realize that thought, far from being a void in the air or a mere flash of consciousness, is a wonderful and powerful force, the most wonderful and powerful of all the forces we know. Man is a small individualized part of the universal mind, equal in essence but infinitely lesser in degree. Just as the universal mind expresses itself through the entire universe, man, when he awakens his own inner powers, expresses himself through the power of his thought through his body, his work, his circumstances, and his own life. It extends this, far and no further in itself. He is a personification of the universe and a miniature universe outside of it. He has no jurisdiction. By this I mean that man has the power to do what he wants with his own life, but he has no right to dominate others or interfere in the lives of others. I mention this because there is a harmful practice taught today known as mental domination. It is said that by using what is called hypnotic gaze, through telepathy and suggestion, one can dominate other people. This is very true. It is possible to do this, and in reality, it is already practiced. It is precisely the same method used by some criminals in America. By using this method, they strip people of their possessions and money by making them sign documents they do not want to sign, by forcing them through mental domination. No one is safe from these dangerous people. While you are sitting in a public room or in a theater, someone might be behind you, concentrating their hypnotic gaze on your neck. When you receive a visit from a peddler, he might use his dark art of mental domination to press you into acting against your better judgment, just to gain a temporary benefit. This kind of thing is not only practiced, but also taught in the United States and various other countries. I mention this to warn you against these practices. Firstly, so that you can avoid being hypnotized by such people, and secondly, so that you never, under any circumstances, use your mental powers to dominate others. One who sells their mental powers in this way, merely approaching and using the immense powers of the mind, is destroying themselves in body and soul. All those who immerse themselves in these practices create a hell of problems for themselves. The powers of the mind are like electricity, which, if used in accordance with certain laws, produces beneficial results, but if used against these laws, can burn, maim, or destroy. The same goes for the powers of the mind. If used correctly, they lead to success, happiness, and all kinds of achievements, but if misused, they can become explosive. Hypnotism and mind domination are used and taught so widely that it is advisable to always work against them. In reality, it is a revival of the black magic that existed in antiquity. Witchcraft, black magic, necromancy, and thaumaturgy are practices of the same power, and all those who use them destroy themselves. Witchcraft, black magic, or hypnotism, or anything else is performed by the lower mind of man. The higher self, the perfect mental or spiritual being, the true self, has nothing to do with this. That is why healing through hypnosis is always detrimental. If a person heals using it, within about 3 months the same illness will reappear, or a new and worse one will manifest. But healing achieved by the perfect higher self, which is part of the infinite universal mind, which in turn is part of the infinite principle of good, is permanent and cannot relapse. Thus we observe that the higher mind is infinitely more powerful than the lower mind. Therefore, hypnotism and mental domination can be overcome and protected against by using higher mental powers. To combat hypnotism, it is necessary to live as much as possible in the atmosphere of the perfect world, and to deny the power of hypnotism, in order to affirm the perfect power of the universal perfection of which you and your higher self are a part. If you work in this way, you will be immunized against all hypnotism, witchcraft, black magic, and all harmful practices. The law that keeps the universe in motion is also the law of attraction. It is the law that binds it together and prevents it from collapsing. Those who practice mind domination act directly in opposition to this immutable law. They try to accomplish by force what should be achieved by attraction, thereby causing their own mental, moral, and physical disintegration. The entire universe, in all its planes, is governed by this law. In the spiritual world, it is called the law of love. In the mental world, the law of attraction. In the material world, it is known as the law of affinity. All these terms mean the same thing because essentially they are the same. Just as electrons gather in invisible space to form an atom, so atoms gather, and by vibrating at different speeds, they create what we call form. Thus, all the matter of the beautiful forms we observe is simply built by the law of attraction. This law is the one that keeps all matter together. If it were to fail, rocks would fly into 1,000 pieces, and all things would disintegrate, as the force that draws one atom to another would cease to function. The same applies in the mental world. Everything operates according to this law because, as the adage says, like attracts like, and similars attract. It is possible to revolutionize our lives through the power of thought. Thoughts, as Prentice Mulford said, are things. Thoughts, according to Herbert James Levy, are far from mere brain flashes. They are, judging solely by their effects, real entities, seemingly composed of substances whose nature eludes the discovery of our current faculties. Thought, Levy asserts, is not an event that dies in an ethereal, supersensitive, and imperceptible world. It continuously has its equivalent and impact on our organism. Thought, says Ralph Waldo Trine, is not, as often supposed, a common indefinite abstraction or something similar in nature. Rather, it is a living, vital force, the most vital, subtle, and irresistible in the universe. In our own laboratory experiments, we have demonstrated the spectacular fact that thoughts are forces. They have a form, quality, substance, and power, and we are beginning to discover what we might call a science of thought. We have also discovered that by harnessing our thought forces, we have creative power. Many more authors could be cited on the subject, but these are sufficient to demonstrate that thoughts are things, just like buildings or mountains. It is a serious mistake to believe that one is more real than the other simply because it can be seen with physical eyes, touched with hands, or struck with a hammer. On the contrary, the invisible is far more powerful, enduring, and impactful than anything perceivable by sight. What you see with your eyes is merely the effect of more significant causes that are invisible. Everything exists in the invisible before manifesting in the visible. And in this sense, it is true that invisible things are real, while visible things are unreal. Invisible things are the cause, while visible things are the effect. Unseen things are eternal, while seen things are unstable and transient. Thoughts, therefore, are subtle, vital entities, forces, and powers. They, like all other forces in the universe, are subject to the law. This law is the law of attraction. Any thought you have will attract thoughts of a similar nature. If you create good or bad thoughts, this determines whether your life will be a blessing or a curse. If you hold a good thought and focus on it, so to speak, feeding it with your meditations, not only will it bless and enrich your life, but it will attract a multitude of thoughts with the same power and beauty that will protect you. In this way, if you have thoughts of success and affirm and maintain them despite apparent defeat and failure, you will attract a huge set of powerful, reinforcing, and inspiring thoughts that will lift you above your difficulties and guide you as if invisible forces were leading you on the path. Conversely, it is also true that if you have weak, inferior, unworthy, or failure thoughts, you will attract a multitude of thoughts of a similar character, which, by their nature, will be a curse for you and drag you down. To him who has, more will be given. From him who has not, even that which he has will be taken away. This is merely the functioning of the law of attraction. Think of success and thousands of invisible forces will come to your aid. Think of failure and a multitude of forces will provoke your downfall. If thought is the greatest power of all powers, the subtle and irresistible vital force of the universe, and if your thoughts have the power to attract other thoughts of similar nature, then choosing your thoughts is the most important act of your life. By choosing your thoughts, you choose success or failure, happiness or misery, health or illness, hope or despair. Someone with a deep vision of things says, The things we see are only a very small fraction of what exists. The real and vital forces acting in our own lives and in the world around us are not seen by ordinary human sight. However, they are the causes that make all the things we see only effects. Thoughts are forces. Like builds like and equals attract the same. Therefore, to govern one's thoughts is to determine one's life. Therefore, do not believe those who want to teach you to conquer and dominate others, whether using willpower or hypnotism. If you want to exploit others and influence them using domination, you will be going against the law of the universe, and this can only lead you to the most disastrous results. Suggestion can never lead you to success. It may produce a temporary and fleeting advantage, but it will guide you toward disaster, whether in your business or profession, in your body, life, or home. By correctly using your mental forces, you can become a magnet and attract everything you deserve. Everyone receives what they deserve. As we improve the quality of our thoughts, we deserve better results. The more we become worthy of better outcomes, the more sublime things are drawn to us by the operation of the universal law. By using carefully crafted negations and affirmations, we eliminate the power of the bad thought habits and replace them with a new mental attitude, hopeful, strong, joyful, successful, and confident. A mental attitude that knows no failure, can never be discouraged, remains steadfast and fearless amidst life's unstable situations, an attitude that overcomes, conquers, and succeeds, an attitude that navigates an ocean of positive, useful, and stimulating thoughts, which are the product of the best thoughts from all ages. Ultimately, it comes down to this. It is through the use of negations and affirmations, and being persistent in their practice, that one can change their life, alter circumstances, and achieve ambition. Through negations and affirmations, we can direct our thought flow into the right channel. Imprint thoughts into our subconscious mind that, by becoming actions, lead us towards success and all kinds of achievements. Through negations and affirmations, we can break the power of bad habits and substitute them with habits that make our lives nobler and richer. Through negations and affirmations, we can build our character by transforming what was weak and uncertain into something powerful and stable. Through negations and affirmations, we can focus on thoughts of power, success, and value, and all these in turn will attract a multitude of similar thoughts. Realize, dear listener, the enormous and wonderful power you have in your hands. Make negations and affirmations that correspond to your particular needs. Affirm as a priority everything you want to achieve by stating that you will do it when the time comes. In the face of any unpleasant or difficult task, deny failure and affirm that you can do it and that you will do it, for in your mental world, it is already accomplished. Then calmly and effortlessly visualize the task. Imagine yourself facing a difficult or unpleasant matter, completing it with dignity and ease. When the time comes to take action, success is assured. Focus all your attention on these meditations. If you find your thoughts wandering due to a lack of concentration, use the following negation and affirmation. First, purify your mind by denying the evil, then calm it and strengthen it by affirming the good. Thus you will have elevated yourself to your perfect mental world, breathing the pure air of perfect mental freedom. Now say this: mental distraction cannot affect me. I am a perfect mind, part of the great universal mind present everywhere and working through everything. Therefore, my mental powers are perfect. It was a mistake to think that I could not concentrate. It was merely an illusion of the physical senses. Now I know that this could never be true, as I am a perfect mind with powers akin to those of God. Then affirm this: now I know that I can concentrate on any subject I choose. My potential powers are infinite. I only need to develop them. I only need to try and I will succeed. By working in this way, you will develop immense powers of concentration. I send my thoughts to all humanity and say, "Dear everyone, I love you." Like the rays of a spotlight, my mental vision travels across all continents and islands of the world, visualizing all peoples and sending them a great beam of love and blessing. Then it extends through the sky, the sun, the earth, and the sea, and the gentle breath of the sky, including all animals, flowers, and beauty. It moves through 1,000 sunsets and 1,000,000 fragrant, dew-soaked dawns, returning to the sole source of all life, affirming again, "I love you, I love you." Then, in my heart, flows a great wave of divine peace, a great influx of the accumulated love force of the invisible universe, and I immerse myself in an ocean of infinite blessing. In this way, by blessing others, I help make the world a little better, and in return I am doubly blessed. For this week's visualization exercise, take 6 small objects and examine them carefully, one by one. For example, if you choose a pencil, look at it and note how it differs from others. Observe its color and shape, whether it is round, hexagonal, or oval, and its point, whether it is sharp or not. What is the manufacturer's name and brand? What type of pencil is it in its physical state? If it has scratches on its polished surface, all these features and more should be carefully observed. Examine each object separately with the same care. Once you have analyzed them all with your eyes, visualize each object and view each characteristic and detail with the eye of your mind, just as you did with the physical eye. Change the objects for new and different ones each day. Appendix: if you do not have enough knowledge on a particular subject and wish to acquire it, tell your subliminal mind what you need. It will then directly provide you with the knowledge you require or guide you to the book or course you need. Similarly, in solving your problems, your subliminal mind is capable of presenting you with a phrase that, when read, will give you the answer to your difficulty. The more you can calm the senses and the objective mind and trust in your subliminal mind, the greater your wisdom and understanding will be. In the letter I sent you this week, I spoke about visualizing and affirming the success you wish to achieve. In the same vein, always keep the image of perfect health in mind. Let it be a continuous inspiration and a source of radiant joy. Chapter 8. Much nonsense has been written and mentioned about the law of attraction. People have been solemnly taught that all they need to do is adopt a certain mental attitude, think of success and abundance, and then sit back and wait for an abundance of good things to fall from the sky. The absurdity of this is apparent when we see that these so-called masters of abundance and opulence must work to make a living teaching the same thing. As if it were true, it would spare them any need to work. Suppose it were true, what is possible for one would be possible for all. And if we all practiced this method of earning a living, who would work on earth or make our clothing? Everything we need would come from the sky. Even if it were true that man could obtain everything he needed through the power of heavenly thought, then no one would need to do anything. Life is action. If a man stops working, he begins to disintegrate immediately and soon needs 2 meters of earth to cover his bones. When businessmen retire, they die immediately, and those who, being born wealthy, do not need to work for a living, must find work and interest of some sort to avoid mental and physical decline. There is no possibility of getting something for nothing. The principle of equity governs all life and the universe. A businessman seeking to obtain something in exchange for nothing, that is, who does not provide value for his money, will eventually find himself without clients. Those who try to evade this law by creating trusts and combinations will find that their ill-gotten profits will be seized by a higher power. Equity, reasonable profits, fair wages, and integrity in business will succeed and endure as long as there are people to do business with. But the network, combination, or trust drawing its large and dishonest profits from the life and blood of the people will only be able to do business as long as the community allows it. Anyone who reads history knows the fate of tyrants in the past, and there is no reason to believe that today's speculators and extortionists will fare any better. However, even if a man can steal a fortune through unjust means, that is, by not giving fair value for money through extortion or exploitation, he will lose in the same measure what he gains from another fortune acquired through shady practices that mock integrity, honor, and universal law. Perhaps he considers himself an intelligent and refined individual, but we all know that he is awaiting just punishment. He will lose in love, mental peace, happiness, and health in exact proportion to his dishonest gains. He gets money, of course, but loses what money cannot buy. I have known men who were happy until they became wealthy. Then they became the most miserable men. They were recognized as healthy as long as they did not have much money. But once rich, they were filled with diseases and problems. There is a law of compensation that governs life and the universe, and that you cannot avoid. If you want to succeed, you must work and keep your commitments. If you want to receive the world's riches, you must give your best in return. Offer the world your best, and the best will come back to you. This is where the law of attraction applies. Do not just sit and wait for the impossible, but engage with faith and confidence in your best efforts by invoking your hidden powers and creating powerful thoughts. You will attract similar thoughts to you, and by integrating them into your subconscious, they will transform into superior actions, leading you to great achievements and success. If you give your best to the world, rich and abundant success will come back to you. Those who hope to succeed without working for it console themselves with the famous poem by John Brown, the first line of which is, "Serene I fold my arms and wait, heedless of wind, tide, or sea. I do not rave about time or fate, for here my own will come to me." Never has a sublime truth been expressed with such perfection, but its meaning is exactly the opposite of what unemployed people attribute to it. It does not literally mean that we can sit and think without any effort, and that good things will fall into our hands from nothing. On the contrary, this describes the mental attitude of the man of faith, the man who believes he can succeed by aligning his mind to the right attitude. He is serene and tranquil, knowing that his efforts will be successful in the objective world, because his mental world is in harmony with all higher cosmic forces. These words thus represent the mental attitude of a well-prepared and self-assured person, and have no relation to his physical existence. This man, because his mind is at peace, is always able to make the best and greatest effort. Those who have a peaceful mind are those who work the best. Therefore, those who believe they can succeed without turning their thoughts into actions are deceiving themselves. Note the last line of the verse, "For here my own will come to me." This means my own. Clearly, yours can only be what you are entitled to. Therefore, yours can only be what you have earned, are earning, or will earn through serving others. In other words, you have given, are giving, or will give the best of yourself to the world, and what is yours will be the best that will come back to you through the law of compensation. The principle of fair exchange is present throughout life and the universe. If an artist imagines a painting and is content to keep it in his mind, it is reasonable for him to expect payment for his creation. It would be unjust to pay him for a painting that exists only in his imaginative mind, not because he has not rendered any service to his fellow men, but because he has not given value to the money. Therefore, it is necessary for him to put his painting on a canvas, and thus bring joy and calm to many people, and for this service he will be paid, and the greater his design, the greater the reward. Another example, an engineer has the idea of a bridge. He will deserve payment if he only has it in his mind. He must transfer his mental image to paper and turn his drawings into an actual construction of metal and stone. And so, he will become a blessing to thousands of people. Then he will be worthy of the greatest rewards. Life demands a fair treatment, an equitable exchange. If we want to receive, we must first give. If we give, we will receive. Do not believe even for a moment that tricks, shady practices, under-the-table deals, concealing faults or exploiting others' ignorance or weaknesses lead to success, for they do not and cannot do so. I have known many men, wonderfully equipped for the battle of life, intelligent, ingenious, capable, and not lacking in courage, and yet they did not succeed because they were simply not upright. They were intelligent and commendable, and always remained serene in the early meetings, but they could never retain their clients because they offered honest service in exchange for honest money. This world demands honest, straightforward, and sincere lawyers, doctors, businessmen, politicians, preachers, and teachers. It requires upright men, men who live by a firm principle rather than mere opportunists, men who love honor and truth, who believe in the principle of fair exchange. The world wants people who give their best, and it is ready to shower its treasures abundantly upon them. Nowadays, principles and sincerity are more necessary than ever. People in whom a nation, a world, can place trust. No great success is possible without sincerity. All great achievements have been won by those for whom honor and principles were like the breath of life itself. If we examine the lives of all truly great and successful people who have existed, they had only a sincere love in their aims, a devotion to their best service to the world. The degree of their sincerity was the measure of their greatness. They gave their best, and greatness and immortality were their reward. You may not seek greatness and may not wish to become immortal. Your ideas of success may be limited to a salary increase, a moderate fortune, or a well-paid position in your vocation or profession. To be a great writer, politician, poet, philosopher, or leader of men, to be great in character enough to etch your spirit into the history of your time. All this may not interest you in the least, or, on the other hand, it might. But whatever your ambition, whether lofty or petty, ambitious or modest, you will only achieve it if you are sincere. To achieve any type of success, you must be honest, give your best, and somehow find the expression of what is within you. By becoming aware of the powers within you, you will have more to express. Therefore, your best self will continually improve, resulting in a greater reward. In other words, as you grow internally and build in the invisible, it will also manifest in your life. Your power to achieve great accomplishments, success, and prosperity will be attracted to you. All this depends on your generosity. If you give reluctantly, you will only receive a meager reward. If you give fully and freely your best, you will receive something rich and abundant. Offer the best of what is within you. How can I find the words to express all that I want to say? Give your best thoughts. Do not hold back. Offer your most loyal service. Do not limit yourself, for all cosmic forces are at your disposal. All the powers, forces, emotions, and inspirations within you. Do this, and you will never lack for anything. The universe is governed by the whims of chance. Everything is ordered according to law. The law of compensation is immutable. It can never be avoided. You will be measured by the measure you use. These are scientific facts. Thus, we hold our lives and destinies in our hands. We can give the best of ourselves to the world, the best of ourselves in service, love, devotion, honesty, fidelity, inspiration, and beauty, and the best of us in everything we do or attempt to do. Thus, the best will come back to us, the greatest joy, the best that life can offer. Or on the contrary, we can offer mediocre service, try to obtain what we do not deserve, make minimal efforts, resort to cunning and fraud to gain advantage. But by turning away from others, we will reap problems, disappointments, unhappiness, and failure. So, give the world the best of what you have, and the best will come back to you. You cannot continue to offer the world the more or less imperfect service you have provided until now. Now, you are entering into the fullness and glory of the immense powers of your subconscious mind. You are controlling an ever-growing stream of creative thoughts. Now, all these internal forces are transforming into action, and this action can only be better service, better work, a higher achievement, a more abundant success than you have known. Before, let imperfect work belong solely to the past, the poorly cleaned room, the mediocre poem, the vulgar painting, the unfinished parliamentary service, or the opportunism of pleasing men instead of working for a great idea. All this belongs to yesterday, and yesterday is dead. It belongs to the imperfect past. Now, you live in a more perfect present and are moving toward an even more perfect future. The mistakes and defects of the past will no longer have any hold on you. In your hands lies the key that opens the way to all freedom and achievement. From now on, the new and wonderful life within you will burst forth with ever-increasing power and will be expressed in better work, in tasks accomplished with more perfection, in more generous service, in more complete self-control. Leave the past and its failures behind. You have nothing to do with it or them. The present day belongs to you, and your future will take the form of what you build today. This week's affirmation is, I give the world the best of what I have, and the best returns to me. Then, visualize yourself giving the best and highest service you are capable of, and imagine receiving the greatest good in return. Make this mental image a reality, and you will have a great beneficial effect throughout your life. As a visualization exercise, take a flower and imagine its development in reverse, from the bud back to the planted seed. Truly observe the entire process. In meditation, I need not cling anxiously, hoard and accumulate, deceive and exploit those around me. I need not chase after success and fortune, they rather bow at my feet and pay me homage. I do not need to debase myself, commit fraudulent acts, resort to cunning or dubious methods, for everything I need is mine. All that I desire comes to me through the operation of the natural law. Now, I realize that I am one with the infinite mind and that I am part of it. I understand that the infinite mind is all that exists and that all that exists is infinite mind. Therefore, since I am a part of the infinite mind, I am also all things, and all things are within me. Therefore, everything I can ask for, peace of mind, bodily health, gaining friends, love, prosperity, and success, is mine. They rush to contribute to my eternal joy. I am a magnet. I attract only the highest good. I am in harmony with the highest vibration of health, success, achievement, and happiness. The lower vibrations of illness, failure, need, and unhappiness cannot find resonance in my mind or manifest in my life. Within me, in my higher self, I'm a radiant and sublime mental being, practicing the nature of the infinite mind of which I am a part, and in which I live, move, and have my being. I deliver my best work and efforts without limitation to all those around me. My most precious thoughts and emotions I offer to the world as the finest things I possess. Therefore, the more selflessness I put into everything I give, without expecting anything in return, the more I am blessed, and the more the most beautiful gifts of life flow abundantly to me. Appendix. Give the world the best of what you have, not only your work, your sincere effort, but also your inspiration, the best of yourself. Do not work merely in the usual sense, by just performing your daily task better than ever, but also work mentally with creativity by pursuing original ideas. Strive to create something new, to add joy and happiness to the world. This can only be done by investing your free time in concentration, in silence and not in trivial pleasures. Calm your outer mind and senses, and then listen in silence to the quiet inner voice of inspiration. This way, you will receive the message that will propel you into life with a burst of passionate desire in your heart. This is how you will receive the invention you have not yet been able to grasp. It is only in this way that you can develop the original idea that will truly make your life successful and useful. Chapter 9. Humanity is divided into two types, positive and negative. Let me attempt to describe each of them. The positive person is magnetic, attractive, courageous, happy, joyful, healthy, energetic, and full of vitality, power, and the ability to succeed. He never doubts his ability to win, never worries when things go wrong, and does not complain when things are not going well. If he encounters a temporary difficulty, he becomes even more determined to succeed. He does not blame others for his own mistakes, but learns from his temporary failures, which then serve as a guide and light for all his future projects. The positive person can always find people who believe in him and support his endeavors. He never lacks friends, as the people he desires are always eager to gain his friendship. Thus, people and opportunities are always present. He is optimistic, but not foolish or blind. He rises above pettiness, selfishness, and cruelty, and does not let hatred or anger, which have no influence on his life or affairs, take over him. He inspires trust, attracts attention, is a leader rather than a follower, and literally radiates an atmosphere of success. In contrast, a negative person is the antithesis of this type. He is fearful, prone to worry, and tends to see the dark side of things. He is afraid to act on his own responsibility and seeks the help and advice of others. He struggles to make decisions, and, when he does, he often changes his mind. He lets others get ahead of him in the race of life, then worries about not making progress. He does not experience much success in life, and no matter what he achieves, he feels he could have done much better. Rarely does he realize that his failures are the result of his own mistakes. Rather, he blames others or attributes his misfortunes to chance or bad luck. His company is not cheerful and is not sought after by others, except by one or two people who are as miserable as he is. All his thinking and conversation are marked by pessimism, and his face becomes dark and miserable over time, a clear sign of his inner state of mind. He does not believe in himself, relies on fate and the influence of external circumstances. According to him, he is the product of what God has made and what the environment has shaped. If he is a failure, he believes it is not his fault. If he is not all he could be, it is due to heredity and environment. There are, of course, infinite degrees of positivity and also of negativity. Therefore, one might say that someone is more positive or less positive according to their stage of development, or one can be more negative or less negative depending on the degree of importance and misery in which one finds oneself. But the essential difference is that while the positive person looks inward to find his power to achieve goals and forward with confidence in the future, the negative person, on the other hand, lacking self-confidence, looks to others and external sources for help and support, and fears what fate may bring. The positive person absolutely believes in himself. The negative person does not. That is the difference. It goes without saying that all successful people are of the positive type, and all those who have failed belong to the negative class. If we could examine the minds of many successful individuals, from the heroes of life, love, hatred, and Lloyd George to the prosperous merchant of our city or neighborhood, we would find that they all belong to the positive type. If I could analyze the minds of leaders in various professions, surgeons, doctors, lawyers, advisors, artists, journalists, and poets, I would find that they are all positive. Conversely, if you have a conversation with a failure, no matter what season of life you are in or what your upbringing has been, whether you are a discredited politician or a wanderer on the road, you will realize that their mentality is of a negative nature. It is therefore clear that anyone who wishes to succeed must belong to the positive category. If you belong to the wrong class, how can you remedy this? We are the result of our past thoughts. Our mental attitude is built by the thoughts we habitually entertain or cultivate. Therefore, if we only have positive thoughts and reject negative thoughts by replacing them with their opposites whenever they try to infiltrate us, we gradually build a positive mental attitude, which means we become positive men or women, and that is why we always succeed in life. It all comes down to the well-known question of controlling thought. Who governs your thought, then determines your life. Thoughts are positive when they focus on success, achievement, overcoming, conquest, mastery, prosperity, power, courage, calm, dignity, perseverance, purpose, patience, wisdom, fidelity, confidence, faith, hope, joy, love, happiness, health, and bliss. Thoughts are negative when they focus on failure, difficulty, bad luck, strict rules, inability, fear, anxiety, sadness, loss, unfaithfulness, grievances, criticizing others, imputing bad intentions to others, hatred, jealousy, greed, conjecture, lust, impurity, immorality, selfishness, sensuality, misery, misfortune, illness, poor health, and death. The former build the character of the mind and the health of the body, create serenity and peace. The latter break down the nervous system, produce poor health and illness, deprive life of almost all its joys, and destroy all chances of success. If thoughts focus on the first positive things for a few minutes, and if you let your imagination play with each word and mentally picture what each means, a sensation of unlimited and complete power will flood your entire being. This is how the infinite powers of the subconscious mind awaken. All these positive qualities are within you. Otherwise, you would not be able to evoke this sensation of power. If by concentrating your thoughts for a few minutes on success, you experience a sensation of unlimited powers of achievement within yourself, then you truly possess these unlimited powers of achievement. If, by thinking only of joy for a few minutes, an intense sensation of happiness fills your mind, then you have simply activated an inexhaustible part of happiness that was already within you. You cannot activate what does not exist. Similarly, if you concentrate your thoughts on a negative quality such as misery for a few minutes, a dark and depressed persona will emerge, or if your mind fixates on fear, it will soon fill you with fear and mistrust. Therefore, your success, health, and happiness depend on the type of mental work you perform. If your mind holds only positive thoughts, you will become a positive person and, through constant action, a successful individual. Conversely, if you have negative thoughts, you will become a negative person and, consequently, a failure. How then can you control your thoughts to allow only positive ones? The answer is eternal vigilance, constant and unceasing guard, denial and affirmation. Whenever a weak, harmful or unworthy thought tries to enter your mind, deny its existence in your perfect mental world and affirm in its place an exactly opposite thought. For example, you might have the thought that you will fail the upcoming exam, that an important interview will end disastrously for you, or that you won't be able to pay next month's rent. Regardless of the thought, if it is negative, reject it from your mind and elevate yourself to your perfect mental world by saying, "There is no failure and there can be no failure. Man is a perfect mental being. All the powers of the infinite belong to him. Therefore he can never fail." Then affirm, "I am success. Everything I undertake, I complete successfully. I am success." Next, visualize yourself succeeding in what you have undertaken. The exam passed, the interview completed successfully, the rent paid. Visualize yourself radiating success. Feel the elevation through inner power. Let the thought, "I am success," penetrate deeply into your subconscious mind. Project it into space to gather similar quality and powerful thoughts. They will return with it to stimulate your joy, and you will see how the fearful, negative thought will give way. Thus, you will become the master of your own house and the captain of your soul. In this way, your character will be built and strengthened with determination and capability to accomplish. You will be empowered to advance with joy and confidence and to possess your glorious inheritance. The following affirmation will be very useful if used in the evening just before sleep. After a few weeks, it will become redundant and should be abandoned. When negative thoughts assail me, I will deny them and replace them with thoughts of power. Then, visualize yourself following the path of successes you have so often seen in your mind. Imagine seeing people trying to divert you from this path and persuade you to take another direction. Picture yourself dismissing these people with ease and firmness, continuing your journey towards that brilliant vision which, for you, is success. There are different degrees of positivity just as there are degrees of negativity. For example, the lowest form of success thought is, "I can succeed." A student may have thought all his life that he cannot succeed because he is neither intelligent nor lucky, nor has opportunities. He might think that others can succeed because they are intelligent, or because they have better opportunities, or because they have been blessed by luck. But one day he reads a pamphlet that says, "Pass by and read," and for the first time, he discovers that he has within him the power to succeed and achieve what he desires. Like a flash, he realizes his true inner powers and exclaims, "I can succeed." This is, of course, the first step. Soon he tells himself, "I will succeed," which is the second step. And for a while, he progresses this way. The path is rough and filled with obstacles, as progress depends almost entirely on willpower. And progressing solely by willpower is exhausting. But soon, the student realizes that he has gained a new openness of mind, a broader consciousness, and joyfully and astonished says, "I am successful." Now he has reached a higher realm of the mind. He exercises a broader and deeper faith. He realizes for the first time that success is not something outside of him, that he must seek or pursue. He perceives that not only is success within him, but he himself is success. I cannot explain it better. It is a mental state that cannot be described, but can be experienced. When the student reaches this state of consciousness, he can no longer fail in life. His existence becomes a constant progression, a step towards the highest and most glorious achievements. That is why I propose the affirmation, "I am success," instead of "I will be successful." Saying that you will be successful is good, but it delays it to a distant future. Affirming that you are a success now starts your success at this very moment. You may wonder how I can truly say I am successful when failure constantly enters my life. I just failed an exam, I lacked energy and perseverance, and I missed the opportunity of a lifetime. How then can I affirm that I am a success? The answer is that you are a success in reality. Within yourself, you are a success because you are a mental being and you possess all the elements of unlimited success inherent to your true inner mental self. If you affirm that you are a success and persist in this affirmation, then within yourself you will be a success. Later, this will manifest in your external life. What is created in the invisible will later materialize into the visible. By affirming, I am a success, you create success within yourself. Later, this will find expression in your external life through achievements and material prosperity. So, when a thought or suggestion of failure tries to invade your mind, eliminate it by denial and affirm in its place the success formula I have given you. Thus, your mental attitude will be clearly shaped by affirming, I am success, and by visualizing yourself as the embodiment of success, seeing with the eye of your mind yourself with your ambitions fulfilled, with everything at your feet. You will build a concrete image in your mind that will form a template from which material success and achievement, as their visible expression, will proceed. I will never cease to insist that success is not something to be earned, but rather a mental state, a mental attitude. The mind itself has unlimited power, and mental power or thought is the greatest force of all. Therefore, the power to achieve all things is within us. However, this immense power cannot express itself in life if the mental attitude is incorrect. When the mind is naturally of the success type or becomes so through training, then its powerful powers focus like a strong ray that shapes and models the external life according to the inner pattern. There is nothing magical about it. It can be explained in the simplest way. When your mind is of this type, the impulses sent to the subconscious mind result only in successful actions. As we have seen before, the subconscious mind is the seat of all action and contains unlimited power and energy. This power and energy only need to be directed into the right channels to accomplish everything we wish to achieve. Therefore, when the mind is shaped towards success, then thoughts and suggestions of success can go to the subconscious mind, and these must necessarily transform into successful actions. The only difference between a successful person and a non-successful person, as long as they have the same energy, is the state of their mind, that is, their thinking. The mental attitude of the successful person generates the right type of thought, which, passing into their subconscious mind, transforms into the right type of action. The unsuccessful person, on the other hand, through their negative type of mind, generates incorrect thoughts, leading to the wrong type of action. That is why it is impossible to keep a successful person down for long. You can drive them to bankruptcy, expel them, mutilate them, throw them to the ground and jump on them, yet they will return to the top. It is impossible to keep such a person down for long, simply because their mind will not allow it. That is why it is also impossible to help a negative person. The more you help them, the weaker and more desperate they become, clinging to others for support and assistance. In prosperous circumstances, they find work, opportunities, influence. Everything possible is put in their hands to help them, and they will let it all slip away and fall into need and distress. Therefore, success in life is the result of successful actions, which are the result of success thoughts, which are the product of a success mental attitude, and this stems from the affirmation, I am success. As the mental attitude transforms and shifts from negative to positive, what is called personal magnetism develops. You radiate an influence that attracts people. One cannot overestimate the other difference that success perspectives make. If a person has their own business, the influence of an orderly mind is enormous for that business. Their clients will multiply, and a better type of client will be attracted over time. In this way, success and prosperity gather around the man or woman who cultivates the right type of mind. Once the correct mental attitude is established, the issue is not how to get business, but how to manage it. It comes so quickly that it is difficult to handle. I repeat that in all businesses, difficulties appear from time to time, and although they can be overcome, and indeed are, they only cause temporary problems for someone whose mind has been trained in the ways of success. As explained elsewhere in this course, there are ways to overcome all difficulties with the power of the mind, but only those who have correctly controlled their minds can make use of them. Again, as the mind becomes more positive, willpower is significantly strengthened, the power of perseverance increases, and the powers of concentration grow in capacity. Anyone who knows the difficulties and trials of establishing a business or a professional practice will appreciate the value of this. Success often comes to those with the greatest capacity for perseverance. The power of perseverance is often the decisive factor in the struggle. Most give up in the battle when faced with the first obstacle, and just a little more push and perseverance would assure them success. Instead, they give up due to a lack of perseverance just when success is about to reward their efforts. One could give many other examples to show that success is truly an attitude or quality of the mind rather than something external to us. But the ones we have mentioned are sufficient. The great goal is to build within yourself this mental attitude of success. Once this is established and the habit of action is well developed, nothing can prevent your victory. Affirm that you are success now. Immerse yourself in the idea of success. Visualize yourself as successful and triumphant. Breathe in the atmosphere of success, live, dream, and be success, and nothing will be able to prevent you from being successful, for you yourself are success. However, do not strive to achieve it. Rather, realize that you yourself are success and therefore attract everything you desire. Carry out your tasks with calm and confidence, knowing that you are success and thus you will achieve it. Affirm it 100 times a day if necessary. I am success. Let it be the last thing you think about at night just before falling asleep, and the first thing you think about upon waking in the morning. Affirm it over and over, always imagining yourself happy, successful, and triumphant. The special visualization exercise for this week is as follows. Sit in a quiet place, close your eyes, and send out to all humanity the best and noblest thoughts you have. Thoughts of goodwill and love for everyone in the world. Now feel these thoughts projecting from you in all directions, mentally as if they are being sent like beams of light from a lighthouse. See them reaching farther and farther across the country, then across all other countries. Do this for a while, then reverse the process. Feel the thoughts coming back to you, carrying other thoughts of the same nature. Observe countless beams of light coming to you from all over the world. Feel yourself filling and overflowing with the wealth of all the most glorious thoughts the world has known. The first part of the exercise may exhaust you, but the latter will fill you with courage, confidence, calm, serenity, and peace. Persevere and strive to make this exercise as real as possible. By enriching the world with your own noble thoughts, you diminish its pain and sorrow, and help lighten its burdens. In return, you are blessed and strengthened in a way that could never be possible otherwise. The more freely you give your best thoughts, the more abundantly and generously you will receive. Meditate daily on the following words of James Allen. You say you are chained by circumstances. You sigh for better opportunities, for greater possibilities, for better physical conditions, and perhaps inwardly you curse the fate that binds your feet and hands. I am writing to you, I am speaking to you. Listen and let my words remain in your heart, for what I am telling you is the truth. You can achieve this improvement in your external conditions that you desire if you firmly commit to improving your inner life. I know that this path may seem futile at first. The truth always does. Only error and deception are initially attractive and fascinating. But if you commit to following it, if you persistently discipline your mind by eradicating your doubts and allowing your inner strengths and spiritual powers to flourish, you will be amazed at the magical changes that will occur in your inner life. As you progress, golden opportunities will appear on your path, and the power and judgment to use them correctly will emerge within you. Great friends will come to you unbidden, compassionate souls will be drawn to you like a needle to a magnet, and the books and all the external aids you need will come to you unsolicited. Continue to deny evil, discomfort, illness, failure, poverty, limitation, and all negative states. The more you perfectly eliminate them from your mind, the more your life will be blessed. Constantly affirm health, success, prosperity, freedom, and all positive states. Keep them always before you. Remain as long as possible in silence, for it is in calm and confidence that your strength lies. Moreover, whenever you need to make a decision during the day, mentally withdraw. Silence yourself and seek wisdom and inspiration from the infinite. Thus, you will stay clear of all errors and misdirections, and your life will become rich in blessings because you live in obedience to the universal law. In Chapter 10, there are two major obstacles on the path to health and success: fear and hatred. Not only do they block the path to success and undermine health, but they also destroy all happiness and mental peace. They are the most negative qualities and give rise to the most dangerous thoughts and the most destructive emotions. They disrupt the disposition of character, destroy the nervous system, and create disturbing harmony that effectively keeps success, health, mental peace, and happiness at bay. There has never been a truly great figure in the history of the world who was afraid. On the contrary, truly great individuals distinguished themselves by their faith and courage. Great figures, those who have achieved enormous feats, the true victors, know very well that they can accomplish these incredible feats or achieve powerful goals only to the extent that they are able to eliminate fear and hatred from their minds and lives. Fear is the mortal enemy of achievement. It paralyzes efforts, destroys initiative, and gnaws at mental machinery. Fear and worry act together, each producing the other. Worry has never succeeded in overcoming a difficulty or solving a problem. All it can do is destroy health, ruin happiness and mental peace, and make difficulties harder to overcome and problems less easy to solve. Fear, worry, and anxiety. What a terrible trinity! How destructive they are! How many lives they have wasted and ruined! Mental gifts, high achievements, academic education, opportunities due to birth, education and influence, help from friends and family, even genius or talent that resembles it, become vain. Everything becomes useless and allows the mind to be afraid if fear is not completely expelled from life. Thus, there can be no success. If fear takes root in your mind, it bars you from all accomplishments and signals the death of your hopes and ambitions. Fear is everywhere. Fear of need, fear of hunger, fear of public opinion, fear of private opinion, fear of losing what we have, fear of illness, fear of death. Fear has become a constant habit for millions of people. The thought is everywhere, living with continuous fear, with a daily attitude of anxiety, with a constant fear of everything. Whether it's the loss of love, the loss of money, or the loss of position, people take the quickest means to lose what they have by living in fear. Not only does this close the door to any progress, but it also attracts what we fear. If you fear illness, then the fear of illness will destroy your nervous system and expose you to all kinds of diseases. If you fear failure in your business, then all your actions will taste of failure, and your business will close very quickly. This terrible negative family, fear, worry, anxiety, and terror, makes the lives of millions of people miserable, and all are the children of a lack of faith and courage. Trust in the omnipotence of the power within you, and all fear will disappear. Worry, concern, and anxiety will say goodbye. Hold to the truth that your life, your circumstances, everything that happens in your existence is the result of your thoughts. Your future will take on the exact form of the thoughts you have today. Remember that everything is in your hands. Use the faculties that God has given you correctly. Focus your mind on good and positive thoughts, and nothing will go wrong in the future. Think correctly now, and the future will take care of itself. There is nothing to fear now, nothing arbitrary and certain in your life. Everything operates according to the eternal law. All you have to do is think and act correctly, and all things will be given to you as, with control of your thoughts, you guide your life towards harmony with the invisible higher forces. You enter into a state of peace. There is nothing to fear or worry about, as you are in harmony with the entire universe. The power that keeps the stars in place and guides the planets in their course is the same power that animates you. Nothing can happen by chance in your life, only what is the result of your thoughts today. Power and knowledge are given to you to control your thoughts, to choose the thoughts that will build in your life the beauty and strength that will ensure you a harmonious future. Nothing can go wrong in your life if your thoughts are right. Good cannot produce evil, nor can evil produce good. Control your thoughts, and all evil will disappear. Therefore, there is nothing to fear. Your life is in your own hands. One who stands firm in truth and courage has no reason to fear evil, for it has no power over the soul of one who is not afraid. When thoughts of fear attack you, and at any available moment, use the following denial. There is nothing in the entire universe that can make me afraid. After denying evil, this is the greatest denial of all. The most terrible thing in anyone's life is the belief and thought of evil, but fear on its side is almost as destructive. However, there is nothing to fear. Evil does not exist, and we should not be afraid. They exist only in our minds, and as long as they are there, they are very real and terrible, but they have no real existence outside our minds. The only power that evil and fear, and the things we fear, have is the power we give them with our thoughts. Nothing exists outside our minds. Everything is mental or thought and its phenomena or manifestations. This is verified time and again by the fact that when, by the power of denial and affirmation, you expel the belief in evil from your mind, you discover that there is no evil outside human thought and that only infinite good exists. Similarly, when by denial and affirmation you have expelled fear, you joyfully discover that there is nothing to fear, that nothing ever existed or can exist to fear. There is only what is in the mind. Therefore, to expel fear, turn to your perfect mental world, understanding that you, the true you, are a perfect, radiant, and divine mental being, an individualized expression of the great infinite intelligence of the universe, and as such you have powers similar to those of God. By mentally elevating yourself above the world of trivial struggles, limitations, time, and senses to the perfect world of the mind, realize that you are in harmony with it and are part of the great power behind the universe, that infinite intelligence or perfect good, which is the spirit guiding all the mysteries of life. Connect with and realize your unity with this infinite spirit of perfect good, and you will realize that there is nothing to fear. You are in harmony with the infinite principle of good, and therefore nothing can harm or scare you. Stay firm, looking upwards, connecting with the highest powers, being in harmony with all divine forces, and tirelessly use this affirmation: there is nothing in the entire universe that can make me afraid. After expelling fear from your mind, build and reinforce it with this affirmation: I am in harmony with the infinite principle of good that permeates the universe, against which evil has no power. Therefore, I am not afraid. Nothing can harm, destroy, disturb, or disrupt my mental peace. I am supported by the invisible forces of good. Everything is right. Then contemplate this wonderful truth and visualize yourself standing, fearless and unafraid, serene and calm, supported by higher powers. By developing our subliminal powers through thought control, we become aware of a new self that develops and manifests within us. This is the subliminal self. Not only do we become increasingly aware of new internal powers, but we also become aware of external powers as we develop our internal powers according to correct principles. Thus we come into harmony with external powers. There are powers within and outside, and all will help and bless us if we align with them. There are, of course, moments of trial in existence, but for the well-trained mind, they should not cause fear. It is how we conduct ourselves in these moments that determines our true value and usefulness. If we have resilience, firmness, and courage, true character, and if in these moments we can maintain them firmly without complaining, without seeking sympathy or compassion, patient but determined, and doing what is revealed to us today that needs to be done, then we will be ready when tomorrow comes. There will be only one outcome. The higher powers of the universe will support, sustain, successfully seal, and crown such a life with adoration and honor. As R.W. Trine says in his book, The Way of the Explorer, therefore you have nothing to fear. So eliminate fear and face the future with joy and delight. The other major obstacle to health and success is hatred. There can be no health or success in the life of those who hate. One who hates emits a force that returns to them. Hatred harms the one who harbors it more than the object of their hatred. Hatred poisons the blood and destroys the nervous system. Hatred is negative and destructive, while love is positive and uplifting. Hatred negatively affects all vital processes, destroys health, ruins happiness, and turns life into a hell of problems. Have you ever observed the life of those who indulge in hatred? They are a continuous circle of problems. Before even finishing one fight, they are already involved in another. They quarrel with almost everyone, and misfortunes seem to pursue them. By indulging in negative thoughts and emotions, they produce and attract negative conditions. This is why those who hate not only encounter problems due to the hatred of others, but they also attract problems and disasters that seem unrelated to hatred, but are, in fact, a direct result of their mental condition. Therefore, dear friend, listen. If you hold hatred, malice, or resentment in your mind or life, root them out and reject them, for you will never succeed or be happy as long as you have not eliminated them. The best way to expel hatred is to maintain your mind in an attitude of goodwill towards all people at all times. If hatred represents a true difficulty for you, if you feel resentment every time you think of someone who has offended you, if a fierce desire to take revenge on the object of your hatred arises within you, or at least to wish them harm, remember that you will never progress in mind and thought control. You will never succeed or be happy until you have forgiven your enemy. At the moment you are about to fall asleep, use the following combination of denial and affirmation, and it will be much easier for you to overcome this habit during the following day. First, elevate yourself to your perfect mental world, deny evil and affirm infinite good. Then say, I forgive and forget all my animosity and anger. I send thoughts of love and goodwill to all humanity. Place your mind in this attitude and all will be well. By thinking in this way, you create currents and vibrations that will bring you blessings, happiness, health, healing, and success. It may seem strange that I insist on forgiveness and love in lessons about mind training and success development, but believe me, there can be no true and complete success, happiness, or harmony in life as long as hatred, malice, or lack of charity is retained. These are negative qualities, and real, lasting, and true success only comes to those who radically overcome and expel all negative thoughts, beliefs, and habits. The greatest minds rise above all petty feelings such as hatred, resentment, and malice. Those who are truly great are those who have the greatest capacity to be generous. By regulating and controlling your mind, expelling fear, hatred, and all other negative states, you can also become great of mind and noble in action. Therefore, when you make the above affirmation, visualize yourself rising above the small concerns and problems of men, looking beyond those who hate, fight, and disagree. There is a mental realm of peace and tranquility that is above the problems of the earth. But before you can enter it, you must reconcile with your fellow beings. We cannot dwell there if we do not deal justly with the world and offer our best service to the cause of humanity. We cannot dwell there if we are afraid. We must banish fear and fill our hearts with courage. We cannot remain there if we are selfish, if we desire or demand something or a situation for ourselves that we are not willing to see benefit everyone. But when we are in harmony with all higher forces, then we can rise above the things that hurt and afflict the hearts of men. We can rise to a level where tranquility and peace are continuous and absolute. I can hear some of my readers asking, what does this have to do with success in life? My answer is everything. Most people are so troubled and tormented because they are confused and anxious, because they are so perplexed and troubled and focused on small, insignificant, and non-essential things, that they can never have a broad vision, and thus never succeed. A man or woman with a small and petty mind can never succeed. Only those with imagination and a broad vision can plan a successful project and carry it through. It is impossible for someone to give their best if they are worried, overwhelmed, fearful, or filled with hatred. The nervous system weakens so much, and the vital force is so corroded that nothing remains of that vital, powerful energy that is so necessary for success. The mind cannot focus on the problem to be solved, the difficulties to be overcome, or the obstacles to be surmounted if it is preoccupied with anxiety, hatred, or fear. So learn to elevate yourself to that higher state of mind where peace, calm, and confidence continually reside. This week's special visualization exercise is as follows. Sit in a quiet place, sitting upright in a chair, and close your eyes. Now, mentally offer everyone your best service. If you are a great writer, imagine how thousands of your books are being sent around the world by train and steamship. If you are an artist, see your paintings going to different countries. If you are a poet, envision how your poems bring joy and peace to thousands of hearts everywhere. No matter your profession or what you might be in the near future, visualize the effects of your service touching all of humanity. Do this for a few minutes, then reverse the process. Imagine the money coming back to you from all over the world. Visualize a clear and perfect image of your payment arriving by mail in the form of money orders, checks, wire transfers, or cash. Watch yourself count and gather that money for a few moments, then remove this matter from your mind. Nature is full of everything man can desire or need. It is generous in all it gives and will gladly clothe every child of man in abundance if he does not create his own poverty through erroneous thinking. Prosperity and abundance, health and wealth, beauty and happiness, all that is perfect is waiting for man if he knew and believed it. There is for every man everything his heart can desire, but due to erroneous thinking, he cannot access his glorious inheritance. There is an infinite quantity of the most divine blessings for men. They are mine now and will come to me, when, through scientific thought, I have purified my thoughts and cleansed my mind. When I have freed myself from hatred and fear, selfishness and weakness, and have built my mind in love and courage, in selflessness and strength, then I will discover that there is nothing in life that is too good for me, nothing in the world that can be denied to me. Nature withholds nothing from a man who is fearless and whose thoughts are in harmony with the universal spirit, whose heart is free from hatred and perversity. Therefore nature will deny me nothing, and what I affirm for myself, I also wish for all people in general, so that they too may experience the same joy that I feel and learn to align their lives with the infinite principle of good. Appendix. Continue developing subliminal thought. Carry all your difficulties and doubts into silence, and let your great inner intelligence, drawing from the eternal wisdom of all ages, provide you with the true answers you need. Whenever you seek inspiration or original ideas, look for them in your subliminal mind, for it is only there that they can be found. Chapter 11. What is success? For one person, it may mean one thing, and for another, something different. Some desire happiness and love above all else, and if they could obtain these, they would consider themselves successful at the highest level, even if their circumstances remained modest and poor. Some aspire to glory and distinction in science. Their ambition is to invent, discover, or research something that has never been done before, and the only reward they seek is the joy of achieving their goals. Others want to be significant in music, painting, or sculpture. Others aspire to be leaders in their chosen profession, whether it is medicine, law, preaching, or politics. Some have the ambition to serve their time and generation and to sacrifice themselves for the service of humanity. Some seek mental or spiritual achievements. Others would be perfectly satisfied if they could achieve perfect health. Success in its lowest form, that is, acquiring wealth, creating prosperous businesses, or achieving significant economic income, though not as high as the previous goals, is not an unworthy ambition, and if kept within bounds can be beneficial to the community and not too heavy a burden for the individual. No matter what you aspire to, no matter how strong your desire for success, pursue it and strive to achieve it. It is useless to attempt to accomplish something if you are like a round peg in a square hole. Before you can make your life a complete and abundant success, you must find your place and fill it. Somewhere in the world is a job that you can do, a job that no one else can do better or in the same way. There are many examples that support this idea, men who tried everything and succeeded in nothing until they finally found something they could do a little better than others, which brought them surprising success. If you have an ambition, follow it, seek it, concentrate all your energies on it, and direct and focus all the faculties of your mind toward its achievement. Fortunes are never made, nor great ideals achieved with lukewarm effort. Strike the nail of ambition with all your strength, and do not consider it a mere nail. Strive with all your might, having confidence in the power that resides within you, and sooner or later the greatest success will be yours. If you have not yet found your place, seek it. Seek and you shall find. This advice applies equally to the mental and spiritual worlds. Seek and keep seeking, and inner illumination will show you the way and open the correct path. While you are seeking your place, do not neglect your current affairs, profession, or work. Some have been foolish enough to quit their current job before finding a new one. It goes without saying that this is not the recommended approach in these lessons. Imitate the example of the man who fell, the poultry farmer, or the poor cobbler who had a few chickens as a hobby and source of profit. He developed a taste and talent for poultry farming, but did not go further. However, one day his poultry business became so lucrative that after long consultations with his wife, Mr. Barron decided to quit his cobbler's trade and devote himself entirely to poultry. Now everyone knows him as the greatest expert in the field, the most successful poultry farmer, and the richest man who made money from poultry. Combine prudence with your ambition. Do not be stubborn. Become a blend of fiery energy, fierce ambition, and healthy prudence and moderation. The way to escape undesirable conditions, the path by which you will find your place in life, where your work will be a joyful and enriching experience, is to fulfill your duty in your current circle and listen to and obey the inner voice of wisdom. If you avoid duty and responsibility to advance, you will undo and curse yourself. On the other hand, if you fulfill your duty, however unpleasant it may be, and joyfully assume your responsibilities, however burdensome they may be, by affirming success, visualizing better conditions, and listening to the inner voice of wisdom, you will find that sooner or later the path will open wonderfully before you. You will enter a life full of joy and usefulness. The external life must align with the internal life. Sooner or later, change must come, but you will only pass through if you are calm and untroubled. If you want to find a way out of undesirable conditions, avoid the temptation of shortcuts and follow only the inner voice of intuition. No matter how eager you are to change your condition, do not convince yourself to do something that does not stand up to the strictest examination of your highest concept of truth. Take these nevers as signals and guides to warn you against shortcuts that lead only to disaster and failure. Never harm anyone, never betray a trust, never break a promise, never commit a selfish act, never deny an agreement, never neglect your responsibilities, and never do anything that seems petty in the light of your perfect mental world. Finally, live your life according to a principle, the principle of truth, justice, and love. When you decide on your ambition, though most often it is ambition that chooses you, examine it carefully and see where it will lead you. Even if ambition chooses you, you still have the power to exercise moderation and transform it according to reason. Until the next question, am I ready to pay the price of success? If you seek money and success in business, are you ready to pay that price? Remember that men of this type lead very hard working days. They can never stray from their business. Many have phones next to their beds. Some have a room and a bathroom in their office, so they do not have to go home during stressful times and can work 20 or even 22 hours a day. If they do not have nerves of steel, these men become a bundle of nerves, and most of them do not enjoy life outside their business. Their wealth does nothing to keep them fit. They must subsist on the simplest food. Regarding work and leisure, a prisoner has a better time. Their only joy is the recognition, the thrill of satisfaction from having accomplished something. Are you ready to pay the price demanded by success? If you are, proceed, and if you truly believe you can succeed and have developed your mental powers and character according to the standards set in these lessons, then you should succeed. However, do not blame and realize that wealth and triumph of this kind are rather a burden. The only satisfaction to be obtained is the creation of a great enterprise. I speak from experience. I dedicated myself to this kind of success and in 3 years built one of the largest businesses in the United States from nothing. But when I lived in a very small house and had to scrape by on very modest income, I was happier than when I became a millionaire with a big ego and could own 1 or 2 luxury cars and other sumptuous things. I would have been happier if I had adjusted my ambition and accepted a small business with less ostentatious income, allowing more free time and opportunities for my own development. To all who embark on the path of success, I offer this advice. Think carefully before you start, for once you begin, you cannot turn back. Even if you realize after some time that you have gone astray, you must continue, for interrupting and changing your mental image attracts disaster and confusion into your life. Once you put your hand to the plow, do not look back. Therefore, before starting, make sure you are on the right path. After all, the satisfaction of a great ambition is not the best of life. If you sacrifice some of your ambition and live a more normal and balanced life, your life will be, in the broadest sense, more successful than if you sacrificed everything for the fulfillment of your desires. One can become a millionaire and be nothing but a poor, exhausted soul. It is much better to aspire to a broader ideal, to desire prosperity rather than wealth, to aim for health, happiness, and mental peace rather than sacrificing these things on the altar of ambition. It is far better to develop character than to create a great business, to develop a vision of the beauties of nature than to possess $1 million. It is much better to enjoy good health, restorative sleep, and a splendid appetite than to own a kingdom and at the same time suffer from nervous problems or illness. But whatever your ambition, once you have started, hold fast. Do not change until you have achieved your goal. If you choose wealth, continue to pursue it. If you choose greatness, concentrate all your powers to attain it. Affirm its realization. Visualize yourself having achieved the goal of your efforts. If you do this, success will be yours. Changing course can be fatal. Success largely depends on concentration, but also on the ability to persevere. Once you have chosen your ambition, focus on it. Do not let anything divert you. When you have charted your path, follow it, no matter the obstacles or difficulties you encounter. Always move forward. Remember that thought is the most powerful and wonderful force in the universe. By controlling it, you have perfect control over the most powerful force we know. By having perfect control over these powers and forces, you control your life and your circumstances, and nothing can prevent your ultimate success except your own lack of faith and perseverance. Your mind truly has creative power, not in a figurative sense but in a real one. Everything you observe with your physical eyes is vibrating matter at different speeds. In contrast, with the vision of your mind, you can see another matter of a finer nature. With your mind, you can shape this matter into any form you desire. What you create in your mind in this way, in other words, what you visualize and persistently maintain, will form the basis from which your external life will develop. The coarsest particles of external life form according to the model of the figure shaped in the finer matter of the mind. This is why these lessons have insistently taught you to place your mind in a certain attitude of thought and to visualize everything you desire to achieve using affirmations, which are the control of thought in its most practical form. You have learned to make the best use of the greatest of all powers, namely thought, through visualization, the power known to ancient occultists, but until now hidden from the masses. Visualization is a form of concentrated thought, only possible through intense concentration. It is thought transformed into the fine matter of the mind. Therefore, the more your mental image is defined with reality, clarity, and sharpness, the greater your power of concentration will be. This power can develop as your power of visualization grows. The value of concentration in business, study, or any effort to achieve something is too well known to need further comment. It allows you, when faced with a difficult task, to go directly to the heart of the matter without fatigue or mental exhaustion. The best lawyers, Advisors, scientists, and most successful businessmen are those with the greatest power of concentration. Some have this power naturally, while others can acquire it to a certain extent. This course is the only serious attempt to teach this power through the methods taught here. By constantly using affirmations and persevering in visualization lessons, one can develop a degree of concentration power almost unknown in the West, coming closer to the powers of certain Eastern experts who have made concentration and mental control the study of centuries. The writer can concentrate all his attention and thoughts on the tip of a pencil for only a few minutes. Try it, and you will see how soon your attention starts to waver, how your mind wanders around the pencil tip but does not stay fixed on it. Think of other things. Concentration, being resolved to think of nothing else but the tip, makes the mind wander to various things and must be brought back repeatedly by an effort of will. Eventually, you give up and acknowledge that it is a very difficult thing to do. When you can concentrate all your attention and thought on the tip of a needle for a full minute, you will be able to accomplish anything you focus on. You will have the power to take a subject, examine it, decide it, and then completely eliminate the subject from your mind. You can appreciate the value of this power rather than staying awake all night worrying about a business problem. Eliminate it from your mind, and you will have a good night's sleep and wake up the next morning full of energy, with renewed strength and your problems solved. All your powers of concentration should be directed towards achieving your ambition. A clear and well-defined image of what you are aiming for must be constantly maintained in your mind and never changed until the goal is achieved. Visualizing and affirming success while persistently denying evil and failure is the only path to success. Remember that success is not only about concentration, but also about perseverance. How many promising careers have been ruined by a lack of perseverance and firmness in business and other competitive areas of life? Often it is the one who endures the longest who prevails. The brilliant, the intelligent, those who have all the advantages, abandon the path and leave the field open to those who persist and persevere. Therefore, constantly maintain the thought that you are success in your mind. Let it permeate all your actions and inspire all your deeds. Keep the perfect image of your success as a clear picture in your mind. Be consistent, persevere, and do not tire of doing good. Then, whatever you set out to achieve will be accomplished. Rest assured, and I speak from experience once again, not only will your vision of success be realized, but all the expectations you have surpassed as well. Keep going. Your final success is as certain as the sunrise, as sure as the eternal tides of the sea. Formulate your own affirmations and negations now and later, and use them when difficulties arise. Do not attempt anything without consulting your inner self, thus activating your internal powers. If you feel sad, affirm that you are bright and joyful, and your sadness will dissipate like mist before the morning sun. If you feel tired, affirm that you are rested, full of energy, and free from fatigue. Then act as if this were the case, and you will find that your tiredness has vanished. If you are overwhelmed by worries, mentally rise above the insignificant things of life, and you will find yourself in a place where worry and anxiety cannot exist. If you need guidance in the face of difficulty, when the finite mind of the senses is overwhelmed and out of resources, then turn to yourself and receive wisdom and guidance from your greater inner self. Remove the troubling issue from your mind and eliminate each thought as it arises, until finally your mind is completely free of thoughts. Whatever the response, act upon it as it directs you, for it belongs to divine wisdom. Another method is to mentally rise above the turmoil and disease of life and to deny the evil while affirming the infinite good with a clear concept of your perfect mental world. Worry or indecision may persist even there, but when it does, deny its existence and affirm perfect peace, perfect wisdom, perfect knowledge, and perfect understanding. Affirm that man is a perfect mental being, one with the infinite mind, and therefore can never be perplexed or troubled in his higher self by the trivialities of material life. Again and again, concern will appear, but if each time you deny and affirm your perfect higher self, the one possessing all wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, then the thought will weaken until it disappears completely. Contemplate now the wonders and joys of the perfect world of the mind for a moment, then immediately return and occupy your mind with something else. The answer will come, the problem will be solved, and the path will open marvelously before you. Another approach is as follows. Just before falling asleep, after overcoming the thought of worry and rising above it in your perfect mental world, keep the problem in abeyance while trusting and affirming that by morning, the problem will be resolved. When you wake up the next day, you will find the solution to what troubled you, or it will appear as you get up. No matter what method you use, be sure to act according to this voice of intuition, as it is divine wisdom. When you return to the chaos of life, the answer may seem foolish and unfeasible, but do not be deceived. Act solely on the message that comes from the calm. Do it, and you will discover that you have listened to the voice of the highest wisdom. Imagine receiving an important letter from abroad. Trace its journey to its origin: the postal worker, the local sorting office, the mail train, the main post office in the large city, the mail train from the coast, the steamboat carrying the mail, the voyage across the seas, the transport from the foreign port, and by rail to your friend's home. Watch your friend sealing the letter, then observe them writing. Now, look at your friend's mind and observe the thought that inspired the letter. Meditation. I am success. Through constant and eternal vigilance, I have eliminated all thoughts of fear, failure, poverty, and lack through negation, replacing them with affirmations of success, prosperity, and achievement. I think only of positive things, states, and emotions, never negative ones. My mind constantly ascends to a higher realm where I receive inspiration and strength. My inner mind is one with the universal mind. Therefore, I call upon the infinite strength, energy, and wisdom of the universe. By having positive thoughts and meditating on positive states, I attract currents of similar thoughts and emotions that strengthen and assist me. I become like what I meditate on. I become more positive. I become a magnet and attract everything I need. Difficulties diminish. People and opportunities come to me without my seeking them. Everything becomes clear before me, and all things work together for my good. My services to the world become increasingly valuable. I gain a greater and deeper vision of my work. I am so inspired that my professional activity becomes larger, better, and of higher quality. Thus I can see in my mind's eye all the desirable things coming to me. They seek me out rather than me seeking them. Friends, wealth, position, power, everything comes to me. I am a magnet. I am success. Appendix. Everything good about memory training systems can be summarized in a few words. The reason some people cannot remember is that they do not pay enough attention. If phonograph records were made, everything would need to be arranged to create a deep and clear impression in the material with which they are made. If only a faint impression were made, it would result in a blend of weak sounds. The same is true with the mind. If one does not observe and pay enough attention, then facts, events, and instructions to remember would be weakly imprinted in the mind, with the unfortunate consequence that many important features and details would be forgotten. What needs to be done is to observe and pay attention, and mentally imprint everything that needs to be remembered. For one person, a table knife on the table might be just a knife, nothing more. If asked to describe it, they would say it is a kitchen knife or a cheese knife, but that would be all. A more observant person might tell us that the knife was made in Sheffield and give the manufacturer's name, or explain that the blade is made of high-quality stainless steel, the handle is made of real ivory, and the knife's label extends to the other end of the handle. A primrose might be to one person just a simple yellow flower, while to another it is a whole universe of beauty and delight. A street lamp might be just a street lamp to one person, while to another it is old or new, has many cables, a crack on one side, a fire-engraved number, and shows signs of having been recently scratched by a worker. Two people might be so similar that they are often confused with one another, but upon closer examination, many points of difference will be discovered, leading one to wonder why they were thought to be alike in the first place. Their teeth are different, their ears are very distinct, and one person's eyes are much farther apart. The hands will also show differences. The nails have different shapes, and in many places there are very obvious differences. To improve memory, one must learn to observe, pay more attention, and examine more closely, consciously imprinting in the mind the subjects one wishes to remember. Visualizing what one wants to remember is to engrave it in the mind forever. Not only must you learn to observe more closely, pay more attention, or look more closely, but you must also memorize something during the day, and just before going to sleep at night, recall what you have learned and repeat it. Tell your subliminal mind that it will never forget, and thus it will never forget. This is the natural and direct way to remember, and it is far better than any other method based on the law of association. Follow these instructions, increasing the amount memorized each day, and you will develop a memory superior to the rest. Chapter 12. Seek the power within you. Man possesses transcendent faculties in his subliminal mind, but to the masses, these are unknown and half-hidden. You have been given the knowledge that connects you with the great inner self. This is the key to all wisdom, knowledge, truth, understanding, achievement, and power. It opens the treasure house of the universe to you, grants you access to the wisdom of the ages, and connects you with the house of infinite power. If you have doubts, I will go into your inner self, and the light and guide will appear, for you are one with the great universal consciousness and part of it. You have a great task to accomplish. Look within yourself, and you will find all the strength, energy, perseverance, and ability you need. No matter your needs, you will find within yourself all the qualities necessary for your success. Look up. 2 men looked through the prison bars. One saw only mud, the other saw stars. Unfortunately, most men can see only mud, while in reality, by looking upward, they could see stars. My goal has been to get them to look up and continue to do so. Let my final words be, look up. Always keep before you a vision of infinite perfection, and in the radiance of this vision, find health, happiness, true success, and lasting satisfaction. I wish you all the best as you continue to grow and become aware of the power within you. Charles Good Friday Land, then over 70 years old, said the following: Man possesses within him, though he may not realize it, enormous powers or transcendent faculties of which he has never had the slightest idea. These powers are within you, and by using affirmations and the power of mental imagery, you can awaken these immense potentials and use them to enrich your existence and achieve your ambitions. All acts of life can be influenced by affirmations, but do not use too many at once to avoid confusion. Try to progress gradually, without making giant leaps that might lead you anywhere but the right place. Day by day, step by step, is the sure path to success. Do not attempt too many things at once. A little at a time is better than a huge and ambitious plan that will then be abandoned. If you have a small shop, do not try to turn it immediately into a large store. First, try to make it the best small shop in the neighborhood. Become highly effective in your small business, and it won't be long before you have the opportunity to transform it into something big or to purchase a more sophisticated business. As you surpass these, other opportunities for expansion will come to you, and you will grow, starting from a small beginning towards great things. Suppose you have a simple law practice. Do not try to quickly turn it into a high-end, lucrative, and exclusive firm. First, try to be as effective in your small practice as possible so that you are prepared for high-end activities when the time comes. Visualize exactly the type of success you desire, and the means will appear over time, but remember to advance step by step, grow gradually, and develop like a plant at a natural pace. Remember that nature is never hurried. All its works are accomplished slowly and methodically, step by step, cell by cell, and everything it undertakes is eventually realized. The same will happen to you. You have the knowledge to develop your success with mathematical precision. All you need to do is apply the law of action and move forward step by step. Start with small things. Once you have mastered these, you can move on to larger things until you reach unlimited power. Do not expect to achieve the greatest success all at once. If you achieve only partial success at first, be content with that and keep in mind that you will continue to improve. Even if you fail completely, you will be stronger and better for having tried. The law of the reflex nervous system states that when you do or attempt to do something in a certain way, a minimum is added, making the next effort a little easier, and so on until what is difficult and requires great effort initially becomes easy to accomplish. What we do with difficulty and effort at the start then becomes easily accomplished, even without any conscious effort on our part. This is the law, the secret of habit formation, character development, and all achievement. If you set out to follow a certain course, accomplish a specific task, overcome a bad habit, repair and strengthen a weak part of your character, or anything else, never abandon it before achieving your goal. Abandoning something before you have conquered it is like playing with your mental faculties and causing them irreparable damage. Never leave one thing and start another. Instead, focus. Concentrate firmly on what you have decided to achieve above all. Live your life according to a principle. This will stabilize even the most uncertain character. A simple person may estimate with mathematical precision the result of a correct action, but the wise, intelligent person cannot predict the result of an action without principles. The former conforms to the law and produces certain results. The latter, that is, an action without principles, is contrary to the law, and no one can know what its harmful effect will be. Live your life according to a principle, and you will always know how to act in all cases of uncertainty. Establish as a rule the highest aspect of truth that you know and align everything with it. When faced with 2 or 3 possible actions and you do not know which to follow, compare each one to your principle and choose the one that aligns best with it. Once you have learned to live your life according to a principle, you will feel that a huge burden has been lifted from your shoulders. For the first time, there will be certainty and precision in your life, as well as absolute tranquility. You will have nothing to fear, because you will know that your action will always be the right one and will bring only the greatest good to your life. Never judge anyone harshly. Never take advantage of someone who has less knowledge than you. Never sacrifice your principles. Never abandon your ideals. Strive to be known for your absolute integrity and honesty, as well as for your ingenuity and capability. It might seem at first that this way of acting will not lead you to success. You might see that many of your competitors are making more money by using their cunning, and you might feel that by choosing to act with honesty, you are somehow putting yourself in the line of fire of less scrupulous individuals. It may seem that way, but I assure you, from my own experience, that the opposite is true. The honest and honorable person is the one who ultimately succeeds in the end. When I was engaged in business, I was more successful than anyone before me, and I never felt the need to be shrewd or ambitious. I never practiced the art of sales, and yet I had more business than I desired. I never obsessed over acquiring more clients, and yet they flocked to my establishment from morning till night. One day I met a theater director who suddenly began to live according to a principle. Instead of hiding the flaws that occasionally appeared in his performances, as he had done before, he committed to pointing them out to each audience member. Many of his friends said he was crazy and predicted his ruin and failure, but instead his business flourished. His friends were very surprised by his success, but in reality, they should not have been. The theater director simply aligned himself with an eternal law and activated forces that could only bring him success and prosperity. Do not misunderstand me. It is not enough just to be honest or to live according to a high principle, but under equal conditions in the end, it is the honest man who prevails. So live according to a principle and be persistent in the course you have set for yourself. Be constant, true, faithful, strong, and just to yourself. These proud internal forces seek to express themselves in your life. Remember the law of compensation. If you want to receive the greatest good in your life, you must offer the world your best service. You cannot deceive life. You must give your best if you want to receive something similar in return. It is useless to copy others or to do what your father did simply because he did it. Nothing is more repugnant than seeing a person copy or attempt to copy another's success. Be original, be yourself. See what is lacking in other men and provide what is needed. He who brings a new idea opens new paths. Discover a need that others have never seen, and you are the one who inaugurates a better service. In other words, it is the one who advances with his ideas and is first on the scene who secures the best market and makes a fortune. So be original. Do not copy others. Do not be a weak reflection of someone else. Be yourself. Remember that there is something you can do better than anyone else, and no one else can do it as well as you. In other words, remember that you have a personality. Develop it, let all your work stand out. Do it differently from your competitors. Let your personality manifest throughout your enterprise, and let every aspect of your work be imbued with your own touch. This will distinguish you and your business from all others, and that is why the public, or at least a large part of it, will come to you or buy your products instead of going elsewhere. There must be a sufficient reason for people to prefer your business or your professional services over others. They will not do so simply because you claim it will happen. The only way to achieve this is to offer better products, more perfect service, greater skill, and greater honesty and trust. Another significant factor for success is a state of joy and enthusiasm. People are attracted to those who are cheerful and optimistic, and repelled by those who are dark and pessimistic. Be joyful and radiant in every circumstance, and it will feel like possessing a vast fortune. These qualities alone will earn you more money each year than most people make through hard work. Not to mention the joy and good cheer this mental attitude will bring you. Through your radiance, joy, and optimism, through your appearance and personality, you will create a positive impression wherever you go. I mention appearance consciously because the face will then become the reflection of the soul, just as service is deeply imprinted on the faces of its devotees. The face of someone whose mind and thoughts are directed towards the right paths reflects calm, peace, courage, and inner spirit. Over time, the face, just like attitude and body, changes significantly, making you more attractive. Thus, you attract success, for if you attract the right people to you, they bring with them potential success. I give you a warning. Exercise wise caution in business. Not only because you feel within you the movement of a new and wonderful power, do not rush to speculate in your business without thought, as it could ruin you or put your business in serious danger. Be prudent and wise, do not let enthusiasm carry you away. Instead, move slowly and follow your path step by step. Be assured and steadfast. Do not risk bankruptcy by advancing too quickly. Keep your expenses within the limits of your income. He who spends less than he earns will attain happiness. Many family problems arise from spending beyond their means, which only leads to a multitude of difficulties. But there is no real success if it is not extended to the home through correct and scientific thinking. Happiness, peace, and harmony can be made supreme where there were previously misunderstandings, tensions, disputes, and great unhappiness, while progressive health will take the place of illness. Cleanse your own heart and mind by denying any unwanted thought, suggestion, sight, or impression that comes to you. Build your own character with affirmations. Calm your own mind by dwelling in the perfect purity of the transcendental world of the mind, and you will see how everyone else in your home becomes kinder, more helpful, and more peaceful in their attitude towards you. Even if it seems strange, remember to invest each thought, suggestion, sight, or unwanted impression that comes to you. Deny them all in your perfect mental world and affirm the opposite. For example, two family members might be angry with each other, creating a tense atmosphere. Immediately elevate your mind to your higher mental world and say, "The perfect man never gets angry." In a perfect mental creation that dwells in the pure atmosphere of infinite mind, he can never become angry. Then affirm the following: man is love, perfect love. He dwells in the atmosphere of infinite love. If by doing this you achieve a clear conception of the mental world that is perfect, real, and permanent, as well as a clear realization of the perfect love of this perfect world, then those who are quarreling will cease to quarrel and will love each other, and they will quarrel less and less. Remember the three great laws. The first is the law of love and attraction. Give love and love will flow into your heart. It will be a force in your greatest need. The second is the law of compensation. Give the world your best, and the best will come back to you. The third is the law of absolute justice, for with the measure you use, it will be measured to you. Therefore, the ability to achieve the greatest and truest success, to attract the greatest happiness, to create the greatest good in your life depends solely on rejecting the erroneous idea of the animal mind, which is to possess and get everything to be happy and successful. This is entirely false and leads only to bitter disappointment. The voice of wisdom heard in silence tells us that only to the extent that we give do we receive. If we give our best thoughts, emotions, services, and love, then the best will come back to us in exact proportion, neither more nor less. Once again, let me emphasize the necessity of constancy and perseverance. Move forward without knowing failure. Let that word be expelled from your vocabulary. The person with the greatest capacity for endurance is the one who wins in difficult times. Remember once more that when you master your soul with courage, correctly use your internal mental powers, and align your affairs, life, and conduct with the law, you can never fail. Life's possibilities are vast, for the infinite power within you is enormous and beyond all human knowledge. You have nothing to fear. Great corporations cannot crush you. You can always overcome them through personal service, individuality, and originality. With a firm approach, with integrity, with honesty combined with efficiency and business procedures, you can build a reputation that will last long. When you face problems, difficulties, and hesitations, immediately elevate yourself to your perfect mental world and realize that you, your true self, can never be uncertain. Because being one with your universal mind, all wisdom belongs to you. You know that in the silence, after calming all the noisy voices of the superficial and material mind, you can listen to the quiet voice of intuition, of infinite wisdom. For you, who have learned to rise above the life of the senses to the perfect world of the mind, there is wisdom, understanding, and illumination. There can be no confusion or worry, only calm and infinite peace. By being calm and unhurried, dwelling in an atmosphere of peace, you can care for your nervous system and health, while your shrewd competitor destroys his nerves and breaks his tranquility. Above all, remember to deny every thought, vision, influence, and suggestion that is bad, pessimistic, material, fearful, or selfish, and replace it with its opposite. Deny evil with constancy and affirm infinite good. Deny fear with the same frequency and seriousness, and affirm with confidence and courage all the time. Thus, you will finish your life now that you have completed the choices. Do not abandon or forget them. This course is not designed for 3 months, but for a lifetime. You have carefully followed the teachings, and you probably think you have mastered them, but it is very unlikely that you have. If you start now with the first choice and work with constancy throughout the course, you will find new light and understanding, and many hidden and deeper meanings that had previously gone unnoticed. Study the lessons and practice their teachings for the rest of your life. Do not expect immediate results. The effects of thought manifest, according to my experience, about 2 years later. This does not mean that some qualities do not begin to develop immediately after being affirmed, for they do so from the first affirmation. What I mean is that if I want to develop a great business, for example, or say, a house in the country bought and paid for, a perfect recovery from poor health throughout my life, or greater spiritual advancement, then, if I maintain a clear image of what I want in my mind and reinforce it with joyful emotions and confident affirmations, and if I spend at least 15 minutes every night and morning maintaining this image in my mind, in addition to visualizing it at regular intervals during the day, then, in about 2 years, what has been maintained in my mind will manifest in my life. I may encounter many setbacks and disappointments, but if I persevere, persist, and focus, then what I want must materialize. Of course, I have progressed over time toward the realization of my desire, but it is only in about 2 years that results are generally seen. After this, one can never look back. Since success attracts success, and once demonstrated, one is filled with so many vibrations of success that it becomes a way of life. Continue to persevere and persist, never ceasing to imagine and mentally affirm with confidence. It is through this mental activity that success is achieved, realized as much through effort and dedication as through thought and visualization. Of course, work is necessary, but it is the mental activity that rewards the work with lasting success by engaging, as taught in these lessons, the unlimited powers of your subconscious mind through the use of denials and affirmations, by harmonizing with the immutable law and by the art of visualization. You can achieve everything you desire. There is no peak you cannot scale, no success you cannot attain, no happiness you cannot attract into your life. Everything belongs to you. Everything has been delivered into your hands. You can do what you want, accomplish what you desire, be everything you aspire to be. Act according to the teachings of this course, making your own denials and affirmations as needed in the future, expressing your own meditations, and you will have set your steps on a path that always leads upward. No one can say where it ends, if it ends someday. But what I can tell you is that it is a path of joy, blessing, happiness, and success. It will lead you to heights whose grandeur cannot be described. If I have helped you to tread this path of correct, scientific thought that aims at your eternal joy and satisfaction, richly rewarded, I assure you of success in its richest and most absolute sense, and all the joys of transcendence. The advanced third cycle lesson consolidates and condenses all this teaching into a single meditation to be used in the evening and morning. It is advanced because it moves from the I am stage of personal consciousness to the you are stage of union with the Divine Spirit. If this seems too advanced and you feel you are losing touch, I advise you to subtly modify you are to I am. It goes without saying that it is important that each thought expressed in meditation is felt and, if possible, visualized. Some students find it helpful, when affirming success or health, to feel the currents of divine power and life flowing toward them from the single source of all life and energy. Others achieve better results through a simple realization of the infinity of the perfection of the Absolute. With all my wishes for you to continue progressing according to these principles, the goal of this third cycle lesson is to concentrate all the teachings of the course you have studied in such a way that you can use them and gain a more significant practical advantage day by day, while elevating all the teachings to a higher level. I have taught you denials, affirmations, visualizations, and meditations. Now I will show you how to combine all these into a single exercise, which, if performed with both spirit and form and letter, each night and each day, will keep you in health, prosperity, love, joy, and happiness, allowing you to attract around you invisible forces that will protect you from harm, danger, and disaster. I will also show you how to attract your loved ones to the same divine influence and bless, protect, and enrich their lives as well as your own. At this stage, let me say that it is impossible for you to fail or for the laws of the universe to cease to operate. You also cannot go wrong by harmonizing with these laws if you consciously follow the established teaching day by day. I do not mean that you will instantly heal from a long-standing illness, or that you will instantly rid yourself of disharmony and limitations in your life and circumstances, or that you will instantly remove long-standing ills from your family. What I want you to pay particular attention to is this. Whenever you turn to the infinite mind, to the absolute divine center, regardless of the name you prefer to use, and regardless of whether you seek infinite good within you or above you, whenever you consciously enter into union with the Divine Spirit and contact with the true spiritual world of perfection, and then deny the evil, the life, and affirm all the infinite perfections of God, then a part of the evil will certainly be removed from your life with absolute certainty, and a measure of goodwill take its place. There is no chance or randomness, no error or lack of fire or uncertainty about this. The law is absolute and immutable, and it can never change or vary, just as the infinite power that is always at your service cannot cease to act. The law and the power that caused the sun to rise every morning with all its glory, beauty, majesty, and power are the same that operate in your life and mine, and they cannot cease to do so when we use them consciously through denials and affirmations, just as the sun and our planet could not resist the power that sustains them and the law that guides their progress. The law is immutable. Within it lie our strengths and our trust. What we must do is harmonize with the law, and then our lives will gradually adjust and our problems will diminish. The results will always seem very slow to manifest. However, When they appear and we look back, we realize the relatively short time it took for the transmutation of evil into good to occur, and we are surprised by its speed. When we consider the difficulties that erroneous thinking has led us to, and the great accumulation of wickedness that past erroneous thinking and resulting actions have accumulated, we are surprised that at some point we were unable to rid ourselves of erroneous thinking in this life and manifest the highest good in its place. However, it is not only possible, but it happens every day. This is the greatest tribute that can be paid to the intense power of correct scientific thinking. I have just said that the results always seem slow. Some people have to wait years for their requests to be realized. The process of building towards fulfilling your desires occurs every day, every hour, and every minute. What I want you to understand is that you can never fail once you understand the higher spiritual law of supply and demand and work mentally in silence each night and each morning. You may not see results for many months, but you can be sure that change is happening every hour. Evil is being extracted and replaced by good. It is not a matter of doubt or uncertainty whether you will be healed or not, or whether you will succeed or fail, as this question should not arise. It is simply a matter of working firmly, believing and knowing that the wonderful transformation is in progress until the manifestation appears, and the demonstration occurs whenever you observe your divine source and elevate to the higher world of cause. Expel from your life a bit of illness or propensity to illness, a bit of failure, life or soul poverty, a bit of misery or unhappiness, a bit of tension and problems, a weakness of character, a blemish or imperfection, and in their place, a corresponding amount of health, success, abundance, happiness, harmony, peace, character strength, and soul perfection. The change is so subtle that it can barely be perceived over long periods, even though the work is constant and sure. However, it does not develop satisfactorily if mental work is done rarely. Only regular, constant, and persistent work will suffice. Results may be achieved in the invisible. It is not necessary for the time devoted each night and each morning to be too long, but the work must be done regularly, without neglect or postponement, and one must always be in touch with the invisible. Students often write and say, "I cannot devote the time to the system it deserves. I am too busy." No one is too busy to do what I want. And in this lesson, you will see that a few minutes devoted to silence in the evening and morning will suffice for all the teachings of previous lessons. Of course, results will appear more quickly if more time is devoted to this mental work in the invisible. What I teach is the same as what can give you results. Unfortunately, most people are too busy even to live, and in addition, if they are asked to use their mental faculties considerably, they become tired and discouraged. My aim is therefore to make sure that my system does not take much time, but still produces the desired results. Those who can should devote more time to it, in fact, all the time they can, without neglecting their military, social, or professional duties. No one can ever be too busy to follow this system, as what needs to be done can be done while lying in bed or undressing. One can even take a walk, although overall, it is preferable to set aside a few minutes each evening and morning specifically for this purpose. Those who cannot do this must be very busy. An exception must be made for those who wish to find the consciousness of God and unfold their own divinity. In the course lessons, there has been a considerable amount of "I want" and "I can" philosophy. Now the intention is to move into a higher plan. Along the way you will encounter a great mystery. You will now learn not to affirm "I am this" or "I am that," but to affirm that all the perfect qualities and good that you desire or wish to bring into the lives of others exist in God or in the infinite mind. A life of perfect success, health, joy, love, and blessing is only possible when we rid ourselves of our finite personality and lose it in the universal mind. You may wonder how it is possible to fill your own life with good and also that of others by affirming that this exists in the mind of God. The answer is one of the greatest mysteries of all. The infinite mind of God is hidden within every human being. The great truth which has been hidden in all religions but never taught to the multitude, being revealed only to the enlightened, is that God or the infinite mind is in man, that God and man are one. The realization of this dazzling truth only comes to those who, through patient meditation, gradually unfold their inner being until they finally obtain glimpses of universal consciousness and eventually enter into absolute realization. If you wish to explore the great mystery, bend your inner being and thus find God, I can tell you that if you meditate daily and seek God, you will surely find Him. But there is no particular religion, belief, or dogma. It is within your own soul. All great mystics testify in the same way. They all describe the same experiences and speak the same language. As Ding said, it is impossible to say to which religion a mystic belongs, for their experiences are all identical. Therefore, if this is the evidence that great mystics from all times and religions have that God resides within the human soul, then it must be true, for it is the only thing on which all religions and philosophies agree. Therefore, it is vital and fundamental, while everything else, everything that makes a religion or philosophy different from the others, is not essential, merely filling, symbols, and words. But the eternal truth remains alive and unchangeable. Religious beliefs and philosophies evolve according to their environment and the changes that eras bring, but the eternal and religious truth that God lives in the soul of man, and that the soul of man is this great truth, remains and will never disappear. Therefore, if your desire is to enter into the great mystery and find your own divine being, your center, the resident spirit, the immanent God within the soul, then you must spend a lot of time in communion and meditation in silence. Such things cannot be accomplished merely by using lost moments, for the more time you spend in meditation, the greater and quicker the revelation will be. So sit in silence and meditate on all the wonderful attributes of God. Realize God's immanence, how He is everywhere and, within your own soul, that God and you are one. Over time you will have flashes of universal consciousness, lights of astonishing truth. These will eventually allow you to achieve what is called a transformative union, or as some mystics call it, enlightenment. After that, everything else will fade into insignificance. The study, appreciation, and love of beauty are of great help in progressing towards the consciousness of God. Spiritually understanding a simple flower on the path is to enter into the very heart of God. The greatest attribute of God's character is love. Meditating on the words, God is love, means entering into the highest wisdom. If love is the supreme glory of the Spirit of God, so it must be ours, for God and man are one. I present these thoughts to those who seek wisdom, the greatest joy, and the highest achievements. These are merely suggestions, but if followed, they will lead to results beyond current understanding. However, this is not the primary goal of the choice. The goal is to show how to consume the evil in your life and bring a continuous flow of good. But everything we have previously discussed helps us understand the following. My desire is to show you how to work in the highest possible plan by realizing the infinite perfection of God. By doing so, you will work in a realm of much higher vibration. In this way, you and your life will transform by contemplating and aspiring to the transcendence of God. You can reach the power and presence of the immanent God within your own soul, and you only need to affirm that all things are in God to bring them into your own life. The system that this chapter provides tests everything you have already understood in a combination of meditation, denial, affirmation, and visualization. Use all these methods and powers to produce an inner realization of God's infinite perfection and fullness. And through this very realization, a union of forces occurs between the transcendent God and the Spirit of God in your soul, which removes evil from your life and fills it with infinite good. Every time you allow this realization of divine power, a certain amount of evil is destroyed and good is placed in its place. Therefore, there must come a time when evil will have disappeared to a certain extent, and where good on its part will have accumulated to a certain amount, and this latter will no longer be able to hide, but will manifest in life. In the lessons you have already heard, I have warned you many times not to change your visualization, as it would cause confusion. The change I now recommend will cause more than a simple temporary disturbance in your life. For a few days, there will be some disharmony due to the change in vibration, but over time this will disappear. This teaching does not contradict what you have already learned. It is only its culmination. The lessons you have already understood have prepared you to be ready for the higher choice that is being taught to you now. During the lessons, you tried to form a clear visualization of what you wish to accomplish. The only necessary modification is to visualize and realize the perfection of God and heaven instead of yourself. You drop the mortal self and find God in its place, and instead of visualizing your own successes, you visualize and realize the infinite achievements of the Divine Spirit. By working in this way, you elevate the level of your work and place it on the highest plane. It is necessary to mention at this point that you cannot actually visualize God, but you can try to do so. And what you can come closest to is an internal burst of spiritual light. When this occurs, you will realize that your practice is effective. However, you can visualize all the beauties, wonders, and abundance of heaven or the perfect world of the spirit and soul, but while contemplating them with all the brightness of your own celestial light. Let me say here that the brighter and more luminous your vision is, and if it is bathed in abundant spiritual light, the greater the results will be. If you seek to demonstrate the improvement of circumstances through visualization and affirmation, then you must continue to do so and elevate your mental work to see and realize how infinite wealth and abundance in God are. Observe the wealth and prosperity flowing like a source from the heart of God, pouring upon you an indescribable abundance. Realize that all things are from God, from Him, and thus also yours, for God and man are one. Remember that you can never fail, no matter how poor or desperate and hopeless your financial situation may seem. It is impossible not to succeed in your demonstration of abundance. God is the source of all. The great secret is that God withholds nothing from man, for we are part of God, just as a leaf is part of a tree. The tree does not deny its nourishment to the leaf, just as God does not deny us abundance. In fact, everything belongs to us, and if we do not yet possess an abundance of all good things, it is because we keep the good at a distance through negative thinking, and because we do not claim what is already ours. Therefore, if you spend as much time as possible in silence in the evening and in the morning, affirming and visualizing the infinite abundance and fullness of God, and contemplating all of God's abundance coming to you, and if you realize and affirm that everything comes from God and belongs to you, if you do this regularly every night and every morning for as long as possible, then you can never fail. Sooner or later the demonstration will occur, and you will realize everything you have visualized and affirmed. It may take 2 years or only a few months before you see the results, but during all this time of change, the ground will be prepared and the materials will be gathered for the demonstration, first in the invisible, then in the visible. This is the law of the universe. I know that many of you will say that you have your soul above miserable things, but on the other hand, there are those who have difficult circumstances and feel that the first demonstration they need to make must be that of prosperity. The visualization must be clear, and the affirmation fervent and supported by strong emotion. Additionally, affirmations must be accompanied by the denial of poverty and lack, as they will help you realize the infinite abundance of the Divine Spirit. Those who wish to demonstrate abundance should continue with the previous program, in addition to the treatment described above. In this lesson, you should not attempt to demonstrate with your human mind or use it in a hypnotic way, for if you demonstrate wealth in this manner, other ills will appear in life to take the place of poverty. On the contrary, you must always look towards God and see the infinite abundance coming from Him. You should also deny evil as much as possible and affirm perfect good in its place. General treatment. The method I use myself and wish to teach you is as follows. First, seriously manifest and realize the truth of what you are saying. There is no evil, only infinite good. Now, elevate your mind to the transcendent God, and you are infinite good, infinite perfection, infinite beauty and charm. As you speak each of these words, visualize them and contemplate their meaning in your own soul. Try to have a complete and spiritual idea of infinite good throughout the universe. Try to understand what infinite perfection is. Now recall the beautiful flowers and the glorious sunrises and sunsets. Try to understand what the infinite beauty and charm of God are. Proceed to realize in your own soul the meaning of each of the following. spending a little time on each to achieve realization. You are infinite love. Reflect particularly on this. Joy, peace, happiness. You are infinite abundance and prosperity, infinite success, achievement, persistence, perseverance, patience, self-transcendence, and victory. You are infinite wisdom, knowledge, truth, light understanding, justice, fairness, honesty, and righteousness. You are the sure guide of all who know you. You always guide man on the right path, showing him step by step the way he should go. You are the great solver of all problems. Man can never feel sure or dismayed, for you solve all his problems immediately, and the divine spirit within him tells him exactly what to do. You are infinite life and health. There is no illness, discomfort, poor health, or infection. In this part, deny your own weaknesses and ailments, understanding that they cannot exist in God. There is only life, health, purity, perfection, charm, beauty, youth, joy, happiness, and infinite love. With this, you will discover all aspects of your life. Especially deny the problems, habits, and difficulties of your own life, and understand that they can never exist in God. This will facilitate the realization of positive opposites, for everything is in God. It is simply a matter of realization. Only when you realize the infinity of God's perfection does the treatment become effective. When you realize this, you will be aware of an explosion of spiritual light, radiance, and glory. You will also feel elevated in spirit in a wonderful way. Realization is all that is necessary, because God's power is infinite and works very quickly from your spiritual realization within your soul. Therefore, when you realize that there is neither illness nor failure in God, and that as you are in God and part of His existence, there can be no illness or failure in you, and for the same reason these negative ills begin to disappear from your life simply because they cannot exist where you are. You will observe that the entire treatment is a meditation, so each time you do it, you become more like God and your life increasingly resembles heaven. Every time you handle it this way, you push away the old life and its failures and enter into the infinitely perfect life of the Spirit. If you consistently handle it this way and delve more into divine life over the years, your life will become more harmonious, more beautiful, more blessed, and more like that of heaven. At first, of course, old problems will persist, but over time, their intensity will diminish, and they will appear less frequently until they disappear completely. Consistency and perseverance are necessary. Sometimes you may feel like you are not doing anything good, but if you persevere and are consistent, you can never fail. The results are inevitable because it is an immutable law and the infinite power of the Absolute, so you can never fail. The results might be delayed due to the accumulation of erroneous thoughts from the past, but they will certainly come in this life. However, the results are not limited to this existence, as every time you handle things in the indicated manner, you build the body of the soul and the body of the spirit, thus preparing yourself for future lives after leaving this mortal body. According to what you build now, so will your life be when this fleeting vapor comes to an end. It is very wise to build well now. It may be good to note at this point that you should continue using denial and affirmation at all times during the day. They will not hinder you, but will accelerate your work, make your tasks much easier, smooth your path, and round off the sharp corners of life. You might have to live or work in an ocean of irritability, but if you deny that all of this affects God's creatures and instead affirm that everything is peace, love, and joy, the disturbances will quickly fade away. It is worth emphasizing that the more often you rise towards the perfect world, heaven, and move towards the divine spirit, God, and affirm the wonders and beauties of His character, the greater your progress will be in the new life. Your achievements will be higher, and you will be happier. I have taught you how you should treat yourself. Now I will show you how to treat and heal others, or be the means of their healing, whether it is for mental, physical, or material issues. What you need to do is think of the person you want to help, to establish a mental connection, then apply the same treatment that you used for yourself while forgetting about the person and immersing yourself in a clear realization of God. Suppose your friend is ill and you seek to establish a connection, then you turn to God that you find in the place of clear realization and a flow of spiritual light, and you encounter great darkness that cannot be dispelled. This is caused by your friend's illness, as illness is the absence of God. However, if you continue to deny your friend's illness and pain, but without thinking of them because you should only think of God, and you continue to affirm infinite life and health, as well as the purity and brilliance of God, you will find that the darkness will gradually disappear until you ultimately achieve clear realization and a flow of spiritual light. When this happens, your friend will be healed or partially healed, as it is often the case, since it is generally a matter of perseverance and persistence until the desired results are achieved. This is the true art of divine healing. It is not achieved by mortal suggestion, but by the simple realization of God's perfect purity and health. Similarly, you can treat each member of your family, whether in the evening or in the morning, with the result that they will be protected from all evil, harm, danger, illness, and misfortune. Likewise, each person's character will be transformed and changed according to the divine image. This treatment will promote harmony in households where it does not yet exist. This treatment will accomplish what is called impossibilities or miracles because it does not depend on any finite human agency, but solely on God. It will not keep people in this place beyond their allotted time, but it will make their lives happy and harmonious as long as they are here. By acting in this way, not only can you make your own life happy, successful, harmonious, and blessed, but you can also bring the greatest good to the lives of others. The vibrations of some people are higher than others, so they are better healers due to a more intense realization. Yet, in reality, everyone can help not only themselves, but also others. Some are so vibrant that even the most serious illnesses retreat before them. But even if this is not possible in every case, we can all be healers and bless others. And remember, it is far easier to prevent illness than to cure it. It may not be as spectacular, but it is much better to prevent harm than to cure it. When you treat family members, you should deny all evil, all illness, all poor health, all failure, and everything you want to protect them from, understanding that these things cannot exist in God. Then affirm their positive opposites and realize that everything is in God and in the divine spirit. Therefore, treat every day not only for yourself, but also for each of your loved ones separately. Doing it together is not as effective, although it is better than not doing any treatment at all. Thus, each person should be treated individually. Healing through mental and spiritual treatment can only intensify, strengthen, and aid the healing forces of nature. Nature always tries to heal, and constructive treatment or prayer supports these efforts and gives them greater encouragement. That is why materialists and doctors immediately say it is a natural healing. The treatment cannot regrow a lost limb, make a new eye where one has been removed, or where the optic nerve has worn out. It will not repair a broken limb, but it will heal it quickly and properly after it has been repaired by physical means. Mental treatment and divine healing are wonderful but have their limits, and some sects need to remember this to avoid much absurdity. Thus one can see why preventing illness is better than curing it, and how essential it is to treat spiritually as soon as possible. The usual plan is to first try all probable material treatments, and then, if they are considered ineffective, to call upon a mental or spiritual healer, which is neither fair to the patient nor to the practitioner. To heal the sick, it is necessary to see them or get close to them. You might be hundreds of miles away and there will be no difference, because we are all in God, in the divine spirit, and God is in us, and we all form a complete whole. Therefore, it is not as easy to treat a person hundreds or thousands of miles away as it is to treat a person close by. However, you will have a difficult task if the person you are trying to heal does not cooperate with you, does not look towards God, or does not fully trust the influence of the divine spirit for healing. If you manage to convince the patient to give up any belief in material means and to contemplate only God in the same way as you do, your task will be much easier. Indeed, results will always be difficult to achieve unless you teach in addition to treating. Some might exclaim, "Is all the visualization I've done in vain?" No, it is not in vain. It has served its purpose, and all you need to do now is to visualize in God instead of in man. Thus simply use your creative faculty at a higher level. For example, if you have visualized prosperity and abundance, now visualize and realize the infinite abundance of God. You will realize the wonderful and vast abundance of the universal divine spirit. Perhaps you visualized health by seeing yourself as a perfect and radiant creature. Now visualize rather the infinite perfection and the life and health of God and heaven. Thus, no matter what you need, you will realize that everything is in God. By realizing this, you will acquire the glorious knowledge and realization that you are in God and that He is in you, that everything belongs to you and that there is only one complete whole, and we are in harmony with it. You possess all good things. Therefore, it is simply a matter of time before these things manifest in your life. The reason why the realization that everything is in God satisfies all your needs is that God and man are one. All that God is and has, man is and has. The only thing to do is to realize it. What really matters is the realization, and this will come through the practice and teaching of this lesson. Some students will ask, what about the special training of the subliminal mind? This too has had its own purpose. It has taught you to calm the senses and listen to the inner voice. This voice belongs to God, and your subliminal or superconscious mind is the infinite spirit of God incarnated in this flesh. Thus, you now realize that there can be no separation from God because God and man are one. Instead of saying, my subliminal mind is facing all my problems, you should now affirm, God is the resolver of all human problems. You set aside your own personality that has interfered with your path and prevented light, truth, and understanding from entering your consciousness. You joyfully discover that you are in the divine spirit of God and that God is in you. Being one with God makes you one with all things, all the beauties of the new day, the gentle air, the rising sun, the blue sky, the singing of birds, the fragrant flowers, the bright dew, and the radiant life. All of this belongs to you. We are all one with each other and with God in the life of God. The prayer where the answer to this question lies is as follows, realizing God is the only true prayer. If you examine the writings of all the saints and mystics who have existed in antiquity, you will find that they all declare that the only true prayer is the realization of God's reality and presence. The progress of thought that leads to this is not prayer. It is only the preliminary prayer or change that leads to true prayer. When the soul realizes the white and pure light and the radiance of spiritual glory, it knows that it has found God, not somewhere distant, but within itself. And when it has found God, it has found itself. Denials and affirmations are the fastest path to prayer, to that divine realization by the soul that makes all things possible. To beg and implore God never produces results. It is the perception that all things are accomplished before even making the prayer that perceives the answer. It is not about obtaining something because all things are possessed. It is the realization of this fact that produces what we call the answer to prayer. Jesus taught his disciples not to recite superficial repetitions, but to use a few denials and affirmations. Scholars tell us that the authorized version of the Bible does not correctly translate the so-called Lord's Prayer, because it is impossible to give the exact Greek meaning in the English language. The old version, on the other hand, was made from a Latin translation and could not give the correct meaning since Latin does not have the translation of Ferrar Fenton. Ferrar Fenton's version is as follows: Our Father who is in the heavens, your name should be sanctified, your kingdom should be restored, your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. But the most accepted form is, Our Father who is in the heavens, hallowed be your name, your kingdom come, your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. This prayer was composed of denials and affirmations that Jesus gave as a model. My teaching is based on this model, and so is all modern spiritual healing. To conclude, I have 3 things to say, and here they are. First, remember that you continue to work patiently in the invisible every day. You will surely achieve results over time. Do not stop working thinking that you do not have time. for you can find time if you set your mind to it. Let me give you a familiar example. Suppose you have a small plot of land and you do not have time to finish it. If you say, "I cannot finish this land, I do not have time," then the land will never be finished and you will never have a harvest. However, if you say, "I must dig the land where I am and I need to find time," you will find that you will somehow find time, even if it means getting up 5 minutes earlier, tying your shoes faster, and spending just 10 minutes digging each morning and evening. You take a flashlight and do 10 more minutes of digging before going to bed. You will see that it will only take time for your plot of land to be completely dug up. Similarly, if you can only dedicate 10 minutes every evening and every morning to work in the invisible as indicated, there will come a time when the results of your work will start to manifest in your life, yielding results. Second, once you have demonstrated the truth of this teaching and brought harmony into your life and your family circle, do not become weary of doing good and do not neglect your daily work in the invisible. For if you do, you will surely regress, and your last state will be much worse than the first. Thus, as long as you live, never forget to connect to the invisible and renew your spiritual life, which is the source of all your power, success, and health. Everything depends on what you do in the invisible. If you neglect it, your life will begin to go wrong immediately, first in the invisible, then in the visible. This is the law. Continue for the rest of your life to work daily in the invisible, and you will surely have a life filled with perfect peace, power, and realization. You will find that the realization of the infinite perfection of the divine being will eventually eradicate all bad habits, large or small, that you might have, and harmonizing with the divine will, all weaknesses of the human will must disappear. In Lesson 12, I suggested that you revisit the course. If you have done so, acknowledge it with the teachings of this lesson, thereby letting go of the ego and the human "I can," which were very necessary at the beginning, and replacing them with the "you are" that encompasses everything. Also, stop monitoring your thoughts and transform them into positive thoughts. Face all difficulties with affirmations of divine power. Realize the infinite power of God and move toward conquest. You can never fail. You are supported by the greatest of all spiritual powers. Finally, many students express great sadness now that the course is coming to an end and say that they cannot remain in contact. I respond, if every student follows the teachings of this lesson, they can never be out of contact, for we will all vibrate together every night and every morning on the same wavelength. Every time we work in the invisible, we will vibrate in sympathy with each other, and thus we will help one another. By working in this manner, we will be in perfect harmony according to the teachings of this lesson. No one can say what the result will be, but by vibrating in unison, we will not only benefit ourselves, but also contribute to creating a better world and a higher humanity through the power of scientific thought.